the Festival of Speed?
Oh, just the sight of all these cars. There's glorious cars out there, and the weather's being so good. We're going to see some hot times, and some of the young drivers that are here this weekend. Lee Ball in a Formula V, young chap from Camperdown down in the Western District. I've known him since he was quite a young fellow. Look forward to seeing him out on track. There's a number of other cars, the sports sedans now. The Mercedes, the Brian Thompson machine from Shepparton. How can you not want to see that car?
Yeah, absolutely. That one, and of course, that's the genuine article. And right along in the sheds down there, anyway, right alongside is the replica of the Peter Fowler built Tomo Volkswagen. How cool is that? They're going to be out on track. They're actually out on track sort of in the middle of the afternoon, the sports sedans, at about 3:45. A very big welcome to those watching on via the YouTube channel. V8 Sleuth is where you can find it all, or the VHR Facebook page there as well. But a big shout out to everybody watching online. Someone, if you have been watching a bit of motorsport in Victoria, particularly online, will be my next commentator I'll bring into the conversation. She's been renowned around the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as the accurate one and the smiling one. Emma Dean, welcome to the Winton Festival of Speed.
Thanks, Darren. You pumped my tyres up too much there, but I'll take it. Now, for anyone watching at home, welcome race fans. You're seeing a mixed bag on track. We've got an XL out there and a flat bow Porsche. So, Phil, I'm just wondering, this is the regularity class. So if you could explain a little bit about what the regularity is and why there's such a broad selection of cars on track right now.
Well, it's not about the outright speed. It's not a race. You nominate a time and you go out there, and the idea is to try and hit that time every time you go around the track. If you break out, as in you go too fast, then you are penalised in points. If you go too slow, you are also penalised in points, but not quite as hard in the penalising as if you go too fast. So you really don't know, in the breakfast brand races, as I refer to them, the regularity, you really don't know who has won a regularity event until it's all over.
Well, it sounds like they've won their own race if they've managed to keep their own times or better them. Is that correct?
Pretty much. And of course, if you can go out there and regularly hit your time, it doesn't matter whether there's a faster car out there that's been out there. If they haven't regularly hit their time, you'll beat them.
So who is this best suited for? Is this suited for someone who, say, has a beautiful car at home, maybe a rare car like the Flakbell that we're seeing out there, which for everyone not Porsche mad like me is a slant nose 930, 911 Porsche. Is it for people that want to protect the car or people that want to start getting into racing, or a bit of both?
Well, it's a bit of both. There'll be guys out here who have not raced before, and there'll be guys out there who have raced and are going, I'm in my retirement years, I just want to slow down. I want to go out, cruise around, come back into the pits, take my helmet off, and I've got a big grin from ear to ear on my face. So to compete in regularity, you do not need a full circuit racing licence. You only need a limited speed licence. So you haven't got to go through all of the hoopla of having a full-on race licence. You can do really, really well in this event. I noticed Jane Vollerbrocht in an MGB out there. Now, Jane competed in hill climbs. She was doing sprint racing and she was doing some circuit racing as well. I was speaking to her down in the pits earlier on, and she's elected now that she's just retiring back into just doing the regularity, going out, having a bit of fun.
And as we all know, there's plenty of race cars in Victoria, the state of Victoria, and all states around Australia that are probably sitting in a garage with someone that keeps walking past them saying, I should get that out one weekend. And this is probably the perfect entry for those guys if they're not experienced or if they've been out of a seat for a while.
Hey guys, can I just cut in just on the live stream, bringing it to our attention? There's our sponsors. Premier is the title sponsor here this weekend. Build Spec, Rapid Smash Repairs, Lloyd's Metal Fabrications, Tyre Power Benelland. Big shout out because Chris Lewis Williams has got his photo there on the screen. G'day, Chris. Great to have you here in the 944s. The Auto House 300, Equity One, huge partners for the Victorian Historic Racing Register. Shannon's Insurance are the ones to go to. We already know that after many, many years of Shannon's involvement in Australian motorsport. My Race Lab on board there as well. And all of these sponsors just contribute so very generously, along with FS Bagnello & Co., the leading accountants out of Ascot Vale, Cave Hill Engine Services for engine reconditioning, performance race engines out of Lilydale, Cryocycle Thermal Technologies, also out of Lilydale, Rubbercraft, race tyres out of Australia and New Zealand, McDonald Automotive out of Wangaratta. That'd be one of your mates, Phil, the guys from Wang there.
Yeah.
NPAV, the professional audio video equipment, Australia and New Zealand. Lloyd's Metal Fabrications, I think they've got a display out the back behind in the show area. Expert Steel Fabrications, Hyperwave Broadband, providing high-speed fixed wireless internet and around regional Victoria. Rapid Smash Repairs, Build Spec, and of course those all-important sponsors to the Victorian Historic Racing Register, Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, and Equity One. A couple of things around the regularity, Phil, is that just touching on it, and it is an interesting way for young drivers to get into
100%.
it. And there's actually one of our co-commentators for this weekend, first ever commentator to race at this event last year, young Tom Reed. Going back about a month ago, his dad has raced in Formula Ford seriously in his younger days, but still, and he'd be racing in the Formula Ford specific race later on. But young Tom has managed to get himself a ride in this, and I'm just actually looking for young Tom out there at the moment. He's in car number 36. He's showing fourth on the track. It's a little black Formula Ford Quincy car made out of the UK. So just thought I'd throw a bit of a spotlight on a guy that's going to give us generously his time, and we'll see if we can pick up some nice shots of Tom whilst he's going around. But just it's like a display. Em, you're just fresh off the Melbourne Car Show. It's like displaying everything out of automotive history, isn't it?
This is a rolling car show. It's fantastic. Where would you see an XL and a Mustang out on track together? I mean, that's pretty mad. And look, I haven't seen Being Porsche mad. I'll keep going on about it because I love the livery on it. Oh, there's Tom.
There he is.
Yep.
Good on him.
On our screen.
Having a bit of a go. This is his debut meeting, so nice to be able to put a spotlight on the young fella. He's just trying to find a nice way through, because you'd expect, well, you can see where his head height is. It's under the height of the rear bobtail on that beautiful Mustang just sitting in front of him there. But he's finding his way. He's learning how the gearbox works and how much grip he's got, probably more compared to that pony car in front of him. But that sort of, Phil, I guess what I was getting to, spotlighting what you can use regularity for.
Yeah, 100%. And, the guys are told you're not to do dive bombing down the inside. You need to keep it clean. And Tom's just shown us how clean he is as a driver there by going down the inside, but safely down into the old tank corner. Just a nice and easy pass there on the Mustang.
Well, his dad would have, I'm sure, over the last month given him some pretty clear brain bugs about keeping it on the track, keeping it away from other cars. It's not our car. Great that we've been given this car. And Tom actually spoke to him early this morning. Thanks for that call early too, Tom. It's very interesting. He's absolutely champing at the bit. So they had the 8:30 slot for practice this morning. So he was up at before the sun came up to get out there. But good on him. I was just actually looking back at last year. Phil, you and I did this one. Daniel Brazil won, in all things, the Datsun Bluebird, and it was a Datsun. If you look at it, 2 spots on the podium, because it was a Datsun 240k coupe, and I think that same 240k coupe is racing in Group A and C this one.
You might be right.
One of those, or maybe
we'll have to wait and see.
We will. So there's an advancement. Last year, regularity.
Yep.
Now into a lights and flags
100%.
race.
And look, you'll see that quite a bit. and it's really good to see. Of course, some of these people may run in hill climbs as well, because you only need a limited speed licence to be able to compete at a hill climb. And so that's another really good way to get started in motorsport. In fact, there's a number of hill climbers here this weekend, including none other than a previous Australian hill climb champion, that of Malcolm Osler. So we will see him later on in the open wheeler category.
Having a look at this, number 63, this is of course a very interesting vehicle, the Ford Roadster, and we've got the high maintenance Roadster parked out the back here as well. It's up there, so I'm pretty sure Sandra Horn, who's doing some Facebook and social media stuff, should be keeping an eye on that Roadster, although hers has got a lid on it. But this gives you the full gamut of things, doesn't it?
Where do you ever see that? That's like the perfect advertising for come and have a go. If you've been wanting to get your car out on track and there's not a category dedicated for your type of car, come down and hop into the Regularity at the Winton Festival of Speed.
Sorry, Emma, that's the George Reed special. That's Louise Raper in that one this weekend. That's a very special race car that hardly ever misses a race meeting, by the way. It's always entered. But, she's parked it up and is getting out over there. So had a fair old off down there since they reprofiled that turn 4 in the COVID years. It's been very, very fast. She didn't actually make it to turn 4, but was obviously gathering speed and has gone right off down through the back of that sand trap. I'm going to say, Phil, no harm, no foul. Yes, it's bogged, but it didn't hit anything.
Correct. That's a good move. And for a car of that age, it's been around a long time. It's competed all over the place. Really good stuff. And with checkered flag is out for the Regularity.
I was just noticing a 120Y on the screen there coming down into turn 3. Yeah.
Thanks, Darren. If anyone has listened to Darren and I do commentary before, he always sets me up for embarrassing stories to come out about me. I'm not falling for that one.
How many have we got, Darren?
That's the lead one. That was my lead one. Hey, let's have a quick look before the timing screen rolls over. Roskill, a 153. Progellus or Predis 151. So I'll premise this with that it's not a winner, it's their times. We don't know. Their nominated times are pretty close there. Just looking for someone who's pretty close to their times.
Well, Roskill has got 44 points remaining, which is a clear winner there. 38 points to Grannis, 37 points to Tom Reed. Well done in the little Formula Ford.
On debut.
36 for Bates. Church has got 36 also, so there'll be a bit of a coin flip going on there. 34 points remaining for Callanan, and Hill on 33. Now, how do I pronounce that name?
Guhennik.
Yeah, I'm not good on names, and I apologise most vehemently to the driver of that car, Guhenrik, with 29 points remaining, 26 points remaining for Brereton, and McKee on 24 points. So that's Regularity pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, that is. And we do have a couple of categories that are Regularity. That is the traditional sense, the mixed bag of Regularity. The next event on track, again, is a Regularity. It's the Tribute Cars Regularity side of things. I'm hoping that Brett Florence will be joining us for that one. But we do have a couple of recoveries going on, of course. There is Louise Draper in the George Reed, and another one of those specials which is just making its way back through the old pit exit lane there. So that'll be an interesting recovery. We might just head to a quick break as these cars make their way back around into the pit lane. We have got the Regularity for the Tribute Cars coming up. And just before we do, Emma, how's your first Regularity you've commentated for at the Winton Festival of Speed?
It's a treat, and it's a sampler for what's to come for the whole weekend. We have got a jam-packed calendar for today and tomorrow. So that was a nice little tidbit, a little morsel for everyone to see a sample of what's coming up in the following categories. I tell you, the walk around the pits here, Darren, is like a trip down memory lane for me, and such a treat. There's some gorgeous cars that are yet to come, so please stay tuned, everyone.
You can sort of pick your eyes out of the program, Phil. I know you like to do that. You like to go and dig around in the show cars and down in the paddock area and get over to the fence and watch the cars go around that you want to watch go around. And but you can while the hours away walking up and down the paddock, can't you?
I've had my favourite scooting boots on today and been around just about every pit garage there is. Spotted a lot of people that I know and some people who know me who I've forgotten their names. So that always seems to happen at motor race meetings as well.
Here come the tribute cars down into pit lane. We'll take a quick break here in commentary. A very big welcome, as I said, to everyone that's made their way here to the track and joining us online. Stay with us right throughout the weekend. If you are joining us online and you're from the Albury, Wodonga sort of border towns, or from Echuca, Melbourne, Geelong and beyond, Gippsland, plenty of time to get to the track here, even for today, because believe it or not, we will still have race cars on track at about 10 to 6 tonight. But then we have got from 8:30 till about 10 to 6 tomorrow night racing here on the track. So I got to tell you, live streaming's great. It really is, because it brings people that can't get to the track the action, but getting to the track and having it live in all dimensions is definitely the best way to go. We'll be back with Cars on Track in just a few moments. Terrific. That is a fantastic little menu entree to the very last race for today. So that is fantastic. The Porsche 944s is going to be the last race on the program, brought to you by Tyre Power Benalla here this weekend. But that is a fantastic category. So racy, and I'm going to put my reputation on the line. If you stay here until the start of that race at 5:30, you will see some of the fiercest door handle to door handle, nearly door handle tearing off racing. And in the V8 Sleuth podcast that was in the lead up to this weekend, it was described as the German HQs, and I won't say that. I'll just refer you to the V8 Sleuth podcast for that. But certainly can't wait for that 5:30 race this afternoon for the Porsche 944s. Something very interesting that we did really well last year here at this event, that well that everybody couldn't wait for the 365 days to roll around, and that is the cars that we've got on track now. Group A and C touring car tribute regularity. Brett Florence, who has worn out 3 pairs of shoes in the last 3 days making sure this event happens, has joined me here in commentary for just a bit of relaxing time watching the category that he holds so dear to his heart do some laps around. I'll bring you in now, Brett. How good is it to actually have the cars that you love being around out on track right now?
Mate. Yeah, this is great, except for the car that just ran off the track. But yeah, this is fantastic. We've got some great cars, awesome liveries. Cars that you wouldn't see in regular heritage touring cars, because some of them have already gone to God, and guys are made a tribute out of it. It's awesome.
Now, let's drill down on what a tribute touring car is. Okay, for you and I, those 3 words mean something, but for those watching maybe internationally on the live stream or even here at the track that may not have seen a Future Tourer, for example, or a Group C replica, what's the ethos behind it?
Well, the ethos was these cars were, basically a replica of, or in some format, of a Group C or a Group A car, which is what our heritage touring cars are, with slight modifications. Some of them got stroker engines or bigger brakes, etc. But essentially that's what they're designed around. But these guys were running around in our normal regularity, and we felt that we could build a class out of it and give the guys with normal regularity their chance, and then obviously get these guys, which are so much faster, and it's a stepping stone into the guy who wants to get into racing and then maybe want to buy a CNA car later on in their life. So it's a middle ground that we've developed, and it's working well, and you can see by these cars out there, they're some fantastic cars.
So I'm going to put an example to you. I've got a VK Commodore. I haven't got a 5-litre engine because I can't find one, or I'm not a bit tight. I'm not going to shell out the clamps one of them. Can I go and get an LS3 out of a crate, put it in one of these, paint it up, put the HDT on it, and pretend I'm Peter Brock or one of those guys? Is that what you can do?
Yeah, that's basically what you can do. But what we've done is, in line with other motorsport Australia categories, we've sort of capped the LS and most engine configurations around that 6 litre mark. So your LS3, obviously it's over, but these cars they weigh nothing. You could put a 5.3 LS in it, which is under $1,000, and you could be out there running around. And just like you said, the old Holden 308. Anyone who's built one recently will know how deep your pockets need to be. You've got the opportunity to put an LS3 in it, or LS2, or LS1. You don't really need massive horsepower because the cars are light and they're good fun anyway.
It is interesting that I sort of put a spotlight on the venerable Holden 308. The 5 litre. The 5 litre was in my Sandman panel van that towed my race car around everywhere, and then a VH had again another 308. And they were just sold on as used cars.
Exactly. I mean, there's guys that originally had Commodore Cup cars that turned them into this, and they had the 253 Commodore Cup car, and it was fantastic. They're fast little cars, So you don't need massive power. This is all about having fun.
It really is, and I tell you what, when you look at some of the cars out there, and if you're lucky enough or unlucky enough to be of a vintage, and you look at the VH Citizen car and you go, I remember sitting on the couch with Dad and loving those things, and just cementing the motorsport into your psyche. I host the Grassroots Racing podcast, and the first question we ask our guests is, what's your first memory of motorsport? And it doesn't matter whether they come from drag racing, rallying, circuit racing, sitting on the couch with Dad watching the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, exactly. And in line with where Heritage Touring Cars is heading, those guys have opened up their category to 2000, essentially. So in line with that, we've allowed this category to grow up to that era. So that's why you've got now the EB Shell, the Pinnacle Motorsport car, which is just brand new. So we've got those cars now starting to appear as well.
How's this for a bit of synergy? Just going around the sweeper now, we'll having a look at the Moffat coupe that won the 1-2 at Bathurst, then the VK Group A, then the VL, all cars that Moffat drove.
Exactly.
Or liveries of cars.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. And then you've got the Rover. We've got a couple of Rovers, which who would have thought that guys would just jump into a Rover? But
an SD1.
Yeah, I know, and it's great.
It is really cool to see, and there is that mix there as well. Like as you said, a couple of them were that didn't look good. Bit of an excursion there. Talking about an SD1. Here's it says it on the window. Rover 3.5 litre into that. And there's still 50% of the population that would love to drive a car that looked like one of Brock's cars, isn't it?
Yeah, correct.
The other 50% probably that fastback coupe that we're looking at there as well.
So, look, as in line with most things, the biggest limitation, we have is guys that, would love cigarette sponsorship. We can't have that, so, those cars need to be covered up, there's one out there, but that's just a fact of life these days.
It is. Roger Trezise just looking there on the number 9, the fastback coupe there. That's terrific to see. Really does, I guess, in a nostalgia perspective, there we go. Have a look at that. That is just magnificent. Now, it isn't the car, but for all intents and purposes, you walk out to your shed and you've built that car, and you have built it in every vein the same as it was built when it was a race car. In fact, with modern welding techniques and modern different bits and pieces, brake pad material, things like that, they're probably better.
Oh, absolutely. And if there's anyone in the crowd here today, and it is a massive crowd, like I'm impressed with the amount of people that are here, it's fantastic. But if anyone wants to have a look at these cars, walk down to the bottom end and have a look, because they are every much a race car as anything else that's here. So
whereabouts are these guys in the paddock? They're out on the skid pan.
Yeah, they're on the bottom skid pan. Yep. There's some great big marquees down there, and these guys are all in a great big circle down there. So, and it's a great atmosphere.
Let's just drill down to tin tacks a bit here, Brett, because I know I'm speaking to the right guy. I want to get involved. Where do I go? Do I come down and talk to the guys in the
Yeah,
paddock?
just join the guys and just come and talk to the guys. I can steer you in the right direction, mate.
So where is it? Website?
Oh, look, there's a couple of Facebook pages that we've been running, but essentially, look, it's in its infancy, and we have started to talk to like the VHRR about growing it even more. So we will have these cars at Sandown again this year, at Sandown Historics, and I know that Malala Historics ran the same category, so it is slowly, and we'll build it up, and hopefully we can get some rules around things with Motorsport Australia and just keep growing it in the right direction.
I've got to say that slowly building with 26 cars here this weekend, there's a lot of categories with like 18 cars on the track, let alone 26. So I'm going to quote a movie here, and that is, if you build it, they will come.
Correct.
The field of dreams.
Yeah, absolutely, and there'd be 30 odd cars either in the build or not here this weekend. So it's a strong field, and the guys are from all over the country. So it's really strong.
Just having a good look at this EL, the John Hoskins, John Bow tribute. Bowie, of course, would normally be here with Joe Collegiate with the Corvette, but sadly Joe blew the engine up in the Corvette. Lucky for Bowie, he's over at Spa racing the Volvo, his old Volvo. But have a look at that. Bowie would love to be here. He would absolutely, that's glory days, John Bowie, right there.
Exactly. You're right.
Fantastic stuff. So, g'day to Bowie. It's probably the middle of the night over there. I'm pretty sure he'll catch up. I was chatting with him on Messenger earlier on in the week, and he's like, I'm not that young anymore. I don't get up in the middle of the night and watch your live stream, Darren. And I said, I reckon you will. The 18 car will be there. And he's like, it's a tribute car. And, gee, they do a great job. So, coming from a JB on that sort of thing, there's a big compliment, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great that some of the old drivers that have had their cars replicated have contacted the owner or vice versa, and discussed various things that is unique to that car, and which has been fantastic, and they all love it. So just to even have their car redone is something that these guys love.
Andrew Ortlap there in the number 28 XC1 Tirana. I like the way this is the old man's, clearly harking back to one of the cigarette brands that was famous there in the VL era, and really just on the cusp of Brock's
demise.
Yeah, and the HSV aspect rolling in. Here's a couple of cars that were certainly, that's a replica of the VK, the last of the big bangers. Three events, 3 firsts, and park it up. Group A racing.
Exactly, can't beat that.
Yeah, that is a cool livery, and we get it. We know what it is. And to have that parked in the shed, and you got to say, Raoul Sand, well done to them for spending the time and effort to make that car. Here's that number 18, John Bow replica again, championship winning car in the very early days when it was called V8 Supercars. And really, if you look at it, probably the golden era of the supercars era, with upwards of 45 cars on every grid now. They've got half that many, and I get it with the franchise way that championship has gone, but really cool to have this replica, the number 18, and a lot of work has gone into that with John Hoskins, Victorian, who's at the wheel there.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, there's a yellow Jansen VH running around. That's its first event this weekend, and he's driven all the way from Adelaide, which is fantastic, and it's spectacular to look at. So it's a really cool car. So there's some really good, strong liveries from the era.
Just getting there's a lot of media here this weekend, which is good. I mean, Brett, apart from your involvement with the tribute cars for, I'm going to say, the other 6 months of the year, this 6 months of the year involved in running this particular event, and terrific to see the amount of coverage that's going. Yeah, when you see photographers and all lying around the track, and those photos are going to publications or websites or content.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's getting out there to the world, and live streaming. Like that's what you and I are doing right now. now is telling the world about something that's happening at the middle of northeastern Victoria here at Winton. And when you look at that shot and how green the grass is out there, there we go. There's another one. And if you, I guess it's not as affordable as it was in the 80s to have an Escort, is it? But certainly it's something completely different. And in the Australian Touring Car Championship wise, Escorts, RX3s, Datsuns, they were every day, every round. You had to have one of these guys names like Rod Stevens, who I actually had dinner with a couple of Rod Stevens' crew last night. Rod's dearly departed, but these Escorts were absolute legends. Guys like Gary Rogers and
so many guys started out in an Escort, didn't they?
They absolutely did.
And if you look at Heritage Touring Cars this weekend, there's a couple here, and they're still going. They're unbelievable.
This is Pete Mason. We're having a look here in the 63. We saw numerous other cars. There was Nick Higgins last year ran that the Toyota livery car. Yeah. I love that car. That the John Faulkner Toyota Australia type,
that's right.
Type of entries, and Nick drove that very well. I noticed Nick's got official duties.
That ain't good.
That's not what we wanted to see, is it?
No, not at all. But anyway, that's a new car as well, that VH. So just a couple of teething problems, I would say. So, or thereabouts.
Yeah, so the 06 heading in. Chris Young, another Victorian. Pinnacle Motorsports. Boy, that was one of the more famous privateer teams, this livery on this car.
Yep, so Craig's a local guy from Wangaratta, and one of his close mates was racing here last year, but his car's under a rebuild, and Craig sort of said, why not, I'll come on board, and he picked Pinnacle because it's different, and great privateer team from the era, and it suited his car, so he went with that way.
Brad Robinson's doing a great job at the moment in the number 77 out there as well, so he's going along very, very nicely in the Holden GTR, the green one, and he's doing well as far as the competition which we have to keep up with. And then it's the number 11 of Travis Kirby with 44 points, 39 points there for Martin Reynolds, and Ralph also there as well is competing quite nicely. So that was the VH that we saw in the Brock livery. The number 18 has parked it off the sweeper there.
Yeah, and Trav Kirby was the overall winner last year, actually, so he's pretty consistent again this year by the look of it. And this session's coming to an end, Darren.
So there we have it. I tell you what, we have jumped away beautifully on time, and it is a massive program. So Regularity, we've had Tribute Cars Regularity. Group N and Invited, they were going to be lining up for their first race at 1:30. That's not what we want to see, is it?
No, but this event was brought to us by Auto Haas Vehicle Storage in Moorabbin. Those guys got behind us this year, and so yeah, it's great. The three races, they come on board for an overall sponsorship. So a big thanks to Taz and his team down there at the Auto Haas Vehicle Storage in Moorabbin. So we really appreciate their support.
It really is at this kind of event, the sponsors that you get on board, they're serious motorsport people, aren't they? And I'll throw the big Nomi Ride sponsors in there as well, the equity ones.
Yeah.
Dean Kutzman is a racer.
Yeah, exactly.
And Shannon, you can't open the door of a racetrack with, when you're going to have historic cars at it without Shannon's insurance.
Yeah,
it's synonymous
exactly.
with the sport, isn't it? So there is really the oldest saying in the book about motorsport is support the sport that supports your sport.
That's right. We've got a New Zealand company that's come on board this year as well with My Race Lab, and that's a computer system where you can overlay all your GoPro data across their system, and it shows you the optimum times around the track. And it's the guys here are using it this weekend, and for them to come on board from New Zealand was really, really impressive. they can see the value.
Well, at the end of the day, it's still marketing, isn't it? You're trying to get a product out there amongst like-minded people that are going to... The main thing you come to a racetrack for is about a lap time.
That's right.
So, you know, focus on it and use every bit of technology you possibly can.
Yeah, and for guys doing regularity in particular, they love it. So, but yeah, we've got our core group of sponsors. They come back every year, and they really support our event, which is great. And Dean's one of those at Equity One. And, we've got Racer Industries again. They come on board every year. They support our club and our events, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that family do very, very well with their support, don't they? So Racer Industries, and you throw Cool Drive in there with that mob. So let's have a quick rundown before this disappears. It's the 77 of Robinson, 50 points remain. Kirby 44, Reynolds in the 85 with 39, and disappears off our screen. So sorry, can't get through to that top 10. Great shot there of pit lane, and left-hand side of the pit lane as we're looking at it now will be the next field that starts to roll down, and that is Group N, and invited will be a qualifying session. Sadly, not a race because their qualifying session was cut very, very short this morning. Brett, thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming in here and lending all of your knowledge specifically around these tribute cars, and great to have them all on track. And with the Group A and Group C cars out on track later, it really does give everyone here at the track enjoying this beautiful sunshine.
I know, mate. It's unbelievable,
weather, isn't it?
Yep.
So I guess we shout out to everyone watching on the stream. Thanks for joining us. Get in the car and come down here and enjoy it in all dimensions.
Absolutely.
I love live streaming, but I tell you what, there's nothing quite like being at the track and getting it in all dimensions, is there?
No, you're right.
All right, mate. Well, you got to get yourself some new shoes to retread those bad boys, and we'll see you later on with some more regularities.
Thank you, mate.
We'll be back very, very soon here at the 2025 Victorian Historic Racing Register Winton Festival of Speed. On track will be the qualifying for the Group N and invited cars in just a few moments. Back soon. Group N historic touring cars making their way out on track now. And if you've just made your way back from one of the big attractions, of course, the car show going on in the background behind the old Main Straight area, fantastic place to visit. But I've got to say, get yourself back down and squash yourselves up against the window, and I reckon we're about to see the koalas even wake up and have a bit of a look over at the Group N cars as they head around now for their qualifying session. I'm Darren Smith. I'll be with you all weekend long, and I would like to welcome in one of Motorsport's nicest guys, but can get a bit grumpy, so I've got to be careful. I do share the airwaves with him, and he's giving me the international signal for one more thank you, bartender. Darren Knight, welcome to the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone out there watching us on the V8 Sleuth YouTube channel. Live streaming here at the Winton Festival of Speed. Thank you very much for that very courteous welcome to Darren. Unfortunately, the qualifying session that was meant to happen for Group N historic touring cars this morning was termed null and void. No one got in more than 1 or 2 laps. You need to do 3 laps for the session to count. We had a red flag. Unfortunately, the Mark Lenstra Mark 1 Cortina blew up comprehensively at the end of the old front straight. Now has a ventilated sump and a lot of oil onto the track and engine components, so unfortunately the red flags came out. So now this will be the sole qualifying session for Group N historic touring cars. 15 minutes for the guys to put down a quick lap. They're being bunched up at the moment, which is great, letting this massive field onto the circuit. We saw this morning cars were still coming out of the pit lane when guys were trying to put together a quick lap. So bunching them up now, so now everyone is safely onto the racing surface, and they'll try and post a quick lap, which will not be easy if you find yourself a little bit further down in the order with this massive 41 car field, Darren.
Yeah, it is. It's At some point, Darren, you've got to be a victim of your own popularity, don't you? And what that transpires as is a very full racetrack to try and qualify on, isn't it?
Yep, well, that's motor racing, as they say. So if you're good enough, you'll find a hole. But, of course, no racing during qualifying, but sometimes people forget that. And there might be a little bit of toing and froing. So let's see how they go. But getting a clear lap is a challenge when the field is this big on the tight confines of Winton Motor Raceway. So Brad Tilley in the number 28 white and blue Ford Mustang leading the pack at the moment. The Tilley family have been involved in historic touring cars for many, many years. Now, of course, we're into our third generation of Tilleys behind the wheel, with Jamie Tilley having a steer now and again. Not in the car this weekend, so now it's Dad Brad behind the wheel. Not very many models have missed out entering this weekend. Huge variance in brands and makes and models, which has always been one of the hallmarks of historic touring cars.
Just harking back to exactly 12 months ago here, Darren, Brad Tilley in the Mustang, and in my opening diatribe there about the field was that he ran that very important 50k race, which is really the feature race of this weekend for the Group N cars. He led it, and he led it very, very well. But certainly in qualifying, a 1:34.24 was what Brad Tilley did last year. Adrian Moyle went, whilst he was at the wheel of a Chevrolet Camaro, did a 1:35.66. Adam Walton, the New South Wales racer, in his Mustang did a 1:36.1. Peter McNiven, who ultimately won that all-important race last year, Daz, was qualified fourth. And I know I was quite amazed, let alone the historic touring car fraternity, that a Mazda had made its way onto the second row of the grid there. But it was an amazing run there, and I think just looking at Peter's car here this morning, there is every intention that he's going to try and qualify that better than fourth here this weekend. The car looks like it's had about 20 millimetres of ride height taken out of it. The stance on it is more aggressive than it's ever been. So it's going to be interesting to see. He's already found himself a nice bit of track right in behind Brad Tilley.
Yeah, Peter McNiven, you mentioned a great win in the 50k race last year when Brad Tilley unfortunately ran out of brakes coming out of the S's, and the Mustang became a bit of a Paris-Dakar machine there for a bit, going over the yumps on the infield there, so very disappointing there for Brad. But what a fantastic drive from Peter McNiven to take the win in that Mazda. He is certainly one to watch. Had a very good performance at the Malala All-Historic meeting back in April this year before he was unfortunately tagged by a local Falcon. So he's just, as Darren mentioned, right behind the white Mustang of Brad Tilley. So certainly has some clear air, and we'll be looking to see some very quick times from the number 13 two-door RX2.
Great to see the Monaro Coupe there in the mix too, just pushing at the front of that field there, and car number 8 there it is at the moment too. So he's Mark Tassari, done a 1:37, just crossed the line of 1:37, so cementing himself quite nicely into P2 at the moment.
Mark shares the driving duties of that car with brother David. There he is on screen, the big number 8 HQ Monaro 350 Chev power under the bonnet. This is a Group NC car.
Working pretty hard there too. We can see I'm going to say their light grey driver's gloves gives us great advantage, isn't it? Looking in the window, those fans that are just sort of near the flag point heading into turn 3. For those old enough, the old turn 1, we can actually see the hands up on the top of the wheel. The corner goes right, but the hands were turning left. That's dealing with horsepower and oversteer.
And historic touring car usual stance.
It is, yes, it's exactly right. Look, Darren, I alluded earlier on in the broadcast that a lot of these cars are actually seeing horsepower that they never saw back 50 years ago, 45 years ago. The machining technology, the gasket technology, the tuning technology has moved these cars well out of the bracket that they originally raced in.
Certainly, and the RX2 is certainly one of the benefactors of better engine technology. Engine seals, of course, rotor seals are always the bugbear of the Mazdas back in the day. Pretty much sorted that out now with the modern machining and materials we have at our disposal. 289 Windsor-powered Mustangs are now getting in excess of 500 horsepower, which they got nowhere near back in the day.
Yeah, they were talking 360, 370 horsepower to win an Australian Touring Car Championship race, weren't they?
They certainly were. So these cars don't have to have an actual race history. So the class is basically made up of a set of rules to replicate racing prior to 1972. So you can't go putting fuel injection on a car that never had it. So you basically have to run it to the sort of specs that the cars ran back in the day. You are allowed to substitute brakes for some brakes that fit it. So Volvo calipers are quite popular among many of the runners. Capri calipers on the Cortinas. So it's basically period modifications up until the end of 1972.
So we also have seen over the time, interestingly, some Capris that you just mentioned. The brakes on those cars, they ran very, very strongly. The early Capris did very, very well. In fact, there's a red one that was floating around for a couple of seasons with Laurie Nelson at the wheel, the Capri Components man himself. Stepped back into the wheel later in life and did very, very well indeed in a Capri. Just looking here at the different iterations and class cars, because let's face it, you'd head off to the likes of the Armstrong 500 or the Gallagher 500 at Phillip Island, and then later on, of course, the Bathurst 1000 events, and there was multiple classes, and they're still being represented in this sort of racing now.
Most definitely. Phil Barrow on screen, the number 72 FJ Holden. If you want to know what enthusiasm looks like, just go up and talk to Phil Barrow. He just loves this class of car. This model in particular, his father raced an FJ Holden back in the day, so very much an early model Holden family are the Barrows. Puts him some amazing performances in that FJ and likes going Cortina hunting, as he likes to call it.
Now, this is a bona fide Appendix J car too, isn't it?
It's built to replicate a car that his father ran back in the day.
Yep.
Michael Michelli on screen in the number 69 model Ford Fastback Mustang. Good to see Michelli back behind the wheels. Been out of the saddle for a couple of years. Been touring around Australia doing the grey nomad thing, even though he's not grey.
He's sitting in position number 9, and interestingly enough, between him and the front row of the grid is Brad Tilley and Peter McNiven, the guys that both led that race. Just watching the Humpy pulling to the midfield there, Darren, just on screen. So the car we were just touching on is parking up very much out of harm's way.
Classic commentator's kiss of death, that one, unfortunately. Sorry about that, Phil. Hopefully nothing too serious.
I don't think it'll dampen his enthusiasm.
No, definitely not. He'll be out in the spanners as soon as this session is over. So Brad Tilley fastest at the moment, a 136.6. Peter McNiven in the RX2 is second quickest, a 137.6. And Michelli, third fastest in his return to racing, a 138.4.
A couple of cars that have gone to the pits significantly in the top 10. Monday has gone in, and Murphy, Adrian Moyle's gone in his debut in the purple car, and Dominic Leo has gone into the pits there as well. So a couple of cars that I alluded to before they hit the track that were going to be probably a threat and be pretty quick. Just having a look at a couple of these unders cars here as well, heading around through turn 3 and turn 4, carrying the speed through that turn 4 layout. Used to be a whole lot more of a right angle down there, and we're just getting a good look at the side-on shot of the 21 Mini there of Graham Hill, who I talked up before this. He's a rapid racer, does not mind throwing it down between a Mustang and a Camaro if he can get with them maybe in some damper conditions. Here's the David Brown car, the Datsun 1600 with the orange stripes over the top, and it was dinged up pretty bad coming out of Siberia at the Phillip Island Classic earlier on this year. Great to see it all put back together and in true Brown Davis fashion, put together magnificently.
One of the quickest four-cylinder historic touring cars in the country is the David Brown 1600, so that'll definitely be a car to watch. A few 1600s in the pack this weekend, which is great to see. Vic Draper out there in his blue machine, Dean McLaughlin, his grey machine.
Right in the middle there's Pete Muleman. I mentioned to you the all black. The only thing that's not black is the N and the 43 on the side, which is a nice contrast. It's in white as he puts the power down. And this guy had, for a couple of seasons, was concentrating on the betterment of the equipment, but in the last 12 months has given himself the big focus, given himself the under the microscope treatment in fitness, and done some driver coaching at one of the more famous driver coaching facilities here in Australia. So he's driving very, very nicely.
And a 3-time club champion for historic touring cars in Victoria. So Pete Muleman, definitely one of the quicker pre-65 cars in the country. They all black Mustang number 43, the first generation shape Mustang. Trusty little 289 Windsor under the bonnet. Really has that car sorted out well, and he never stops working on it. He's always under the car himself, has a couple of helpers, but never stops working it. Sometimes guys take a little bit easy with the prep. That is definitely not Peter Muleman.
Flowing it nicely through turns 3 up to 4, a little dab of the brakes just to control the car, settle it for the turn into the corner. Beautiful bit of racetrack laying out in front of him now. The sweeper, the famous sweeper here at Winton. It's famous because of the action that goes on there. It's famous for the challenge that it throws the drivers, because right about now you are really wrestling a car that's gone around a very fast left-hander. You've got to get it over to the other side of the track and then wrestle it all the way down into what is the water tower down at turn 7, 8 and then 9, which over the years many commentators have called it the cleavage down there, and it gets the power down out past the GMSV sign.
We can still say that in that time slot, can't we, Darren?
We can, of course.
So Brad Tilley still the quickest man out there with just under 1 minute to go in this sole qualifying session for historic touring cars. Mark Tessari has now jumped up to second quickest in the number 8 HQ Monaro, a 137.6 for Tessari. So he's knocked McNiven back to third. Michelli's fourth. Chris Stern, a good performance in his first race in 2 years in the number 90 Ford Mustang. On screen we have Graham Hill, the number 21 Cooper S. Stephen McKay in the number 36 shell-coloured Mini Cooper S. Stephen McKay's owned that car for many, many years.
I've got to say, this is how we're going to see these two all weekend long now, isn't it? They've found each other. As water finds its level, and these two have found each other out on track. Interestingly enough, car number 3, the RS 1600 Ford Escort in 6th place there. That is a really good lap, a 1:39.20.
Josh Axford, the South Australian, who is worried about getting caught in the pack in this qualifying session, but he's made short work of that. As Darren mentioned, 6th fastest in the little BDA-powered Escort number 3.
So that is a ripper there. Couple of cars there that are really batting above their numbers. They'd love to see the fact that the 43 of Muleman, the 68 of Monday, even Miles in the Charger there as well. The 27 of David Noakes is another Ford Escort. So, wow, the Escorts are finding the tune nicely early this weekend in qualifying, getting themselves inside that top 10, top 15 area. Gary Finnemore has headed to the pits in number 9, fastest, 12th fastest there on track in his Ford Mustang Coupe. Another guy that is absolutely one of the great blokes around Victorian motorsport, Gary Finnemore. Took on the old Eddie Obanika fastback in the Vic V8 series, and just loves going racing with this Mustang as well. So he's found himself into 12th position as the checkered flag falls on qualifying there. Daz, short, sharp 16-minute qualifying session for our Group N's.
Still a few cars circulating, but it looks like Brad Tilley will start out of pole position for tomorrow's first race for Group N historic touring cars. That'll be around 9:15 a.m. and we'll be live on the V8 Sleuth YouTube channel, so make sure you tune in for race 1 for these guys tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. and he will start alongside Mark Tessari. So Ford versus Holden, the front row of the grid of historic touring cars. Peter McNiven, great drive in the little Mazda, third quickest and he'll start alongside Michael Michelli. He'll be pleased with that performance. Michelli, the number 69 Ford Mustang. Chris Stern will be 5th, and he'll start alongside the man Darren just mentioned, Josh Axford, the South Australian, in the BDA Escort number 3. 4th row of the grid will be Adam Bressington in the first of the Cooper S's. Adam has had some fantastic performances here at Winton the last couple of years, so keep an eye on Bresso, the former TCM racer, the Cooper S number 6, and he'll start alongside Pete Muhlman in the number 43 all black Mustang. Jeff Mundy and Glenn Miles, I beg your pardon, the Charger, so they round out the top 10. Good to see a Charger up into the top 10, Darren.
Yeah, certainly. We obviously saw for many years the Chargers were in this era of Australian touring car racing. Good to see one being represented there, as well as they have done, with the likes of Trevor Talbot and various others over the recent years. Finnemore, Pillikers in there, Brown in his Datsun in there as well. So plenty of things going on there as well. That sees the end of the qualifying session for the Group N. The Heritage Touring Cars and Invited will be the next cars on track for their first race for the weekend. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We'll have a look at the grid for those cars. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Heritage Touring Cars and Invited. I'll leave you up to work out which are the invited ones, but this is a really good bunch of race cars to get together. Darren Knight has stayed with me. Let's get a look at this grid sheet, because we've got 25 cars to get through, Daz. Let's see how they head out on track.
Elliot Barber, the Apex Hunter himself. He'll start out of pole position. He's guest steering the Kerry McMahon-owned Yellow Pages Group C RX-7. That car is for sale, folks. So come down to the pits if you're interested to get into the sharp end of Heritage Touring Cars. So Elliot Barber guest steering that car this weekend. Got pole this morning over Chris Stillwell in the ex-Colin Bond Caltex Sierra. Number 47, Travis Schumack, the Michelin man himself, in one of the invited cars. You mentioned that before, Darren. That's a super touring car, the BMW number 45, joining the Group C and Group A machines this weekend. And next is Adrian Alsi in the number 40 Walkinshaw Commodore, the VL, the Batmobile. Adrian has a couple of cars. He's been running with Heritage Touring Cars for many years, and one of the quickest Commodores in the country. Hopefully David Toe gets out there. He's having some issues there. He is right at the back of the pack. He qualified he will start alongside Alsi, but was very slow away in the dummy grid, so hopefully David will sort that issue out before they get to the start. Rolling start for Heritage Touring Cars. We didn't see that much in Australia, but back in Group A days in Europe, rolling starts were the order of the day. A lot easier on the driveline of these very precious machines. Just lining up behind the pace car now. Glenn Gerstle was next, fastest after David Toe. Steve Exisa in next, Scotty Kennedy, VC Group C Commodore, number 69. Glenn Gerstle is next, and another Commodore, Anthony Tencardi in the number 22 Commodore. Justin Nielsen in that fearsome little Nissan Exa, Pulsar Exa, the little two-door front-wheel drive turbocharged machine. And Darren, that thing eats CV shafts, drive shafts for breakfast.
And eats pretty much everything in front of it too. It's a rapid piece of kit. I cast my mind back, Christine Gibson, etc., punting those cars around the big dance at Bathurst there in the day. But certainly these cars, really looking forward to seeing that one right there, car number 44, the JPS John Player Special. And the 43, wow, when you've got a couple of those cars. Pete Siveris, in that Bob Jane T-Mart's VK out there as well. That's some pretty special pieces of kit. Lucky to have them here. Boy, they are absolutely being bunched up. They're getting very close to let go. They've been let go, and it's a charge down to turn one. Of course, the RX-7 gets gazumped by the 5-litre power of the Walkinshaw Commodore right alongside, as Chris Stillwell doesn't want any of that. Gets blocked off very, very nicely there by Adrian Holloway. And he will lead it down there.
What a start from Adrian Alisi in the VL Walkinshaw. Was started third on the grid. He basically ambushed Elliot Barber and Chris Stillwell, and now leads the pack as they head around the sweeper for the first time.
Elliot Barber just getting out of a Trans Am car, getting into one of these nimble, high revving RX-7s, throws it down the inside there. He's going to get pretty lively with this. This car is for sale, and I reckon he's been on board to show what it can do. And have a look at Elliot. He is just throwing it at it. A very, very experienced racer. And, media identity these days with Scotty Pye and their podcast, which is getting great attention. They're not shying away from the big issues and questions. And that RX-7, they never drove away from the 5-litre cars like that in the day.
They certainly did handle well, though,
yes,
and they certainly used the very nimble nature of the Mazda to drive around the outside of Adrian Alisi as they went through the cleavage. So can the V8 fight back? Chris Stillwell third in the turbocharged Ford Sierra. Trevor Schumacher up there as well in the BMW Super Tourer. Carl Muller has rotated the ex-Laurie Nelson Ford Capri, the Group C machine.
All side by side across the line they go. Nothing short of cubic inches, but nothing short of bravery as the Yellow Pages RX-7 been driven like it hasn't been driven for a couple of decades. Stillwell in the background there. Then it is the VH of Axisa, Trevor Schumacher in the Super Tourer. But it is Elliot at the moment. Gotta love those flames. That's going to burn all of the muffler linings out before the end of the weekend.
Next, Tony Kavich, Phil Alexander machine from Bathurst in 1984, getting very sideways as he puts a little rotary into the tight confines of Winton. Trying to put a bit of a break now on Adrian Alisi, who has his mirror full of the Caltech Sierra of Chris Stillwell.
When you look at it, it's only a 15-minute race. You're not going to be concerned about preserving tyres or anything, are you? You're going to throw absolutely everything at it. Axisa doing a brilliant job there as well. Schumacher coming around there also, so doing a nice job. The Soundwave Commodore 10K Gerstle. Trent Harrison weighing in there as well in the old Bond yellow Alfa Romeo, just appearing on the back of the screen there as well. So he's had quite a few drives in that car over the years and landing himself inside the top 10 quite nicely. Justin Nilsson, he's in there. There's that Lexa. Turn up the wick. And that's what you got to do with one of those turbo cars. Ducking in behind that beautiful little E30 M3. Even you being a Ford Mustang guy, you must like those things.
I like all of them, Daz. All of absolutely magnificent motor cars. These are the genuine article, folks. We've earlier seen some fantastic looking tributes, but these are the actual cars, so they are built and restored to exact specs of the day. You need to pick a year. A lot of these cars had long competition lives, so you need to pick a year or meeting and present the car in the livery and also in that mechanical specification that you nominate.
Chris Stillwell has been synonymous with peddling this ex-Bond Caltex car very, very hard historically. Here we go here. Now this, I got to say, I used to love a Sunday afternoon in the first weekend of October and see that car on screen.
Tony Sawford in the ex-Alan Grice A9X hatchback. Tony, another long-time campaigner in Group C Heritage Touring Cars, was actually running this car around when there was no Group C as an official category. He's been with the scene for that long. It's amazing we've still got an Alan Grice car that survives. He had a few offs over the journey, did Grice.
And he drove an array of equipment. You know, started off out of Western Sydney with an RX-3 in these colours, continued on into the Commodore era in these colours. Of course, he famously had the Foster's Oldsmobile at the Thunderdome, and off to the US here. Justin Nilsson coming through a cloud of smoke there. Not sure who's dealt that out there. I don't think it was Justin, in fact. I'm going to hope it wasn't. That guy needs a good clear run to with that car. But I'm getting a good look at this magnificent bonnet bulge on the A9X Tirana. Doing a brilliant job. And we do have here this weekend also another 4-door A9X, which wasn't really raced a whole lot of. There's at least one, and Tabitha Ambrose is driving that here this weekend. There's Trent Harrison in the number 77 Alfa Romeo.
The Harrison family synonymous with Alfa products, of course. Hugh Harrison and now Trent behind the wheel. And this car raced here all those years ago, 40 years ago. Round 1 of the Australian Touring Car Championship was right here at Winton, the very first round for the Group A Formula. And this car, of course, driven by Colin Bond, and Alan Jones was his teammate. And they certainly did their best up against some pretty stern turbocharged and V8 powered opposition.
This is a car I referred to early on in the day, prepared by Frank Lowndes there. Yeah, that's Craig's dad, and he certainly showed Craig the right way to go in his career, but he was certainly the right engine man for Rod Stevens and Jamie Cartwright all those years ago. In fact, I had some dinner with some guys that worked on this car, know it very, very intimately last night, and some of the stories that come out, you can't use them on not on a PA broadcast, let alone a live stream either, but certainly when the rules were exercised, they were exercised in the darkness of night, and you could pretty much envelope this whole world of motorsport in that saying. Race lead change.
Barber still leading.
Second place.
Yeah, the battle for second place. Chris Dewell having to work very hard to keep out that big Walkinshaw of Adrian Alesi. So battle's going right through the pack. On screen here is Stewell and Alesi.
Glenn Gerstel's doing nicely as well. Got a spot off the line there over the 22 of Anthony Tenkate. Anthony's gone back a spot. Gerstel up. Trent Harrison has gone up a spot. Nielsen has succumbed to Toe, who's coming back through the field. That's a good drive. Didn't see that one actually happening. Coming now into position number 9 is the number 44.
David had some pad knock-off for the brakes in qualifying this morning, so not 100% match fit the BMW at the moment, but it's not going to stop David from trying. A very motivated campaigner there, and he's trying to get past that Alpha of Trent Harrison as Elliot Barber continues to lead in the RX-7.
Doing a nice job too, isn't he? Just got himself a nice lead. Set the fastest lap of the race, and he's head and shoulders faster than anyone else at a 1:31.45. The next best is a 33 dead, so he's got a second and a half on the field in that magnificent yellow Pages car. Storming across the line, there's Exisa, hanging on nicely, sort of having a bit of a race in his own there, in fact, at the moment, and charging up the straight in the number 69 car. Good shot on the rear end there of something that we saw a lot of in the era in the Sierras, and that was that smoke belching out the exhaust. You thought that was the end for them, but it was they just pumped the fuel through so they could keep them cool, and that's what we're seeing now, that sort of that grey browny sort of exhaust smoke.
Quite amazing motor car, the Sierras, towards the end of their competition lives in Group A. They were approaching 600 horsepower. Trying to run that through a 9-inch wide wheel. It's pretty hard.
They were beasts, really. You talk to any of the drivers, and I've alluded to John Bauer, who's racing in Europe this weekend in his Volvo, which he won a lot of races in the Australian Touring Car Championship, was very fast with Dick Johnson. In fact, Dick Johnson Racing was really anointed as the best of the Sierras. It took a few years to do it, but when they bought it all in-house and they built a race car, they took it to anyone easily in the world, and there was some heavy hitters, wasn't there, in Sierras?
Well, of course, DJR were dominating the Silverstone TT all those years ago and showing the rest of the world how to make a fast Sierra, and unfortunately the 20-cent part let go, but they certainly showed the speed that their cars produced here in Australia. Good battle here between Cole Spender, little twin cam Escort, number 51. Derek Wickett just ahead of him in, I guess, the machine that replaced the Mark 1 Escort. That's a Mark 2 Escort, as Darren mentioned before, originally prepared by Frank Lowndes, who certainly knows his way around a small Ford.
Knows his way around a whole lot of stuff, Frank Lowndes. Very much a technical car used through CAMS and Motorsport Australia. This is a shame. This is a car parked off on the on the side of the track, the number 17. And if you're alive in 1983, that car went off the road into a tree.
That's the car that replaced that car.
That's right. This is the Morris Jones car, I think it was, that they commandeered, or have I got that wrong? Because it came onto the grid and the paint was still wet on it. They didn't rebuild the Greens Tough car like that legend says.
That went to Sims Metal in the Sky, that one.
It did. It was a deal done late in the afternoon to get back on track. Car number 43 out on track now. This is Howe, currently sitting 11th with a 138.7379. This car represented, if you were neither a Ford or a Holden man, most people couldn't find themselves to go for a Volvo. Jim Richards in this car was the next guy, wasn't he? He was sort of like the Melbourne Football Club. You had your own team, and then there was Melbourne that were your second team. And you only barracked for Melbourne, so your mate's dad, who had the Range Rover, could take you to the snow when the footy got bad. Chicken flag!
Race win for Elliot Barber in the Yellow Pages RX-7. That car is for sale, folks, so no better way to get into Heritage Touring Cars than buying a race winner. Good job from Elliot. Chris Delwell was second in the Ford Sierra. Adrian Alesi third for the Holden fans, and there's plenty of them out there, I'm sure, cheering on the VL Walkinshaw of Alesi, and he beat home the earlier VH Commodore of Steve Axisa. Trevor Schumacher was next in the BMW Super Tourer. Then Glenn Gerstle, Group C Commodore, Anthony Tencardi, and another Group C Commodore. Trent Harrison, 8th in the Alfa, held out Justin Nilsson in the little Nissan Pulsar Exa Turbo. Don Dimitriades rounded out the top 10 in his Lansvale Smash Repairs Walkinshaw, very famous name, of course, the Lansvale boys.
Dean Howe was the next one across the line in the number 43, just outside the top 10. Dean in the that magnificent 635 CSI, the JPS liveried entry, so that rounds out our top 10. We then go down to Pete Zibris in the number 62. Pete got across the line, pretty much left to all his own devices, in fact, in that race, so he's done that job. In fact, I think it's Chris at the wheel of that car. Anyway, we'll confirm that. I'll get that information right. The number 6 car getting across the line there, that was Pete Zibris in the BK. So I think it must be Chris in the other one there. So a bit of father-son type of action on track there. Spender, Wicket, Bood and Addison rounded out, and some DNFs there as well.
David Toe unfortunately failed to finish, as did Scott Robinson in the little 325 BMW, so hopefully they'll get the car fixed. Curry was unfortunately a DNF in the replacement Greens Tough Falcon. Looks like he had a flat tyre actually on the rear of the big fat XE, so hopefully they'll get some more rubber on that car for the next race, which will be this afternoon around 4:05. So make sure you are glued to the old VH Sleuth YouTube channel for the next race for Heritage Touring Cars around 4:05 this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Darren Knight, for lending us all your expertise and insights for the last couple of races. We'll release you into the wild, and you can find out all the goings on in and out of the back of the pit and paddock. Formula Ford cars are getting themselves set at pit exit. I'm going to take a quick break. We're hoping that young Tom Reed joins us for this one for the Formula Fords. We'll be back in just a moment once we get our breath. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine here locally at the Winton Motor Raceway. Welcome back to the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. A massive program already with Regularity for tribute cars and the standard Regularity Group N invited, historic touring cars and invited, and one of the categories that internationally has a reputation of cut and thrust, and nothing has really changed. We still see the modern day Formula Ford in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and indeed the National Series for Formula Ford take that sort of role. Let me tell you, there's some of the guys that used to do this in the Driver to Europe series and in the early 2000s still doing this sort of racing out on track now. We saw early on in the Regularity when we made a big fuss about young Tom Reed in the Regularity making his debut on track. Well, that's twice. That's 2 Winton Festival of Speeds that Tom, you've debuted. Last year you debuted as a commentator. This year you've debuted as a driver. You're organising yourself pretty well, mate.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone at home and at the track. Yeah, I'm loving it. Loving my first go in Regularity, driving a Formula Ford. It's been a blast. Massive thanks to Chris Davison for making it all happen. But now we turn our attention to the main category, the racing category of Formula Ford, and it's a bumper field of about 26 cars.
It certainly is. The Formula Fords have done some great racing over the time. Jack Clifford and Nick McBride sit right across the front row of this grid, and they will certainly turn it on. Nick McBride we know from his time in the Carrera Cup Porsche front end of the field, a guy that's a serious racer no matter what you look at. Has turned to historic Formula Ford for a good bit of running. Pole position to Jack Clifford, another name that we know very well in Victorian Formula Ford, Formula V racing. Will Faulkner out of P3, your old man in car number 15, Andrew Reid. A long time racer in Formula Ford and great success. They even touched on it in the V8 Sleuth podcast leading up to this weekend with your old man mentioned there. Tom, how's he going? He's enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah, he's enjoying it. We're excited for a nice clean weekend. He did a personal best this morning in qualifying, broke the 31-second bracket. And yeah, he's looking forward to a good start off P3.
I tell you what, he's got a guy that knows how to win races. In fact, two of them right behind him, Richard Davison and Andrew McGuinness, fearsome competitors. Andrew Torty out of 8th, the Queenslander, done some travelling. Grant Walker's awesome too, out of 9.
So set for a start soon. We should get a green flag at the rear of the field. The 5-second board has just been displayed. Red lights
start
flashing.
delayed.
Aborted start.
Start delayed. Well, we will press on through the field. We got to Grant Walker out of position number 7, then Andrew Torty, the Queenslander, Neil Richardson, Malcolm Osler, who is turning a couple of duties here this week, and I think he's probably doing it in the same car actually, was doing Regularity. Glenn Woodford there, Sean Whelan, Evan Farrell, Bryce Rogers out of position 15. The man himself out of Equity 1 is starting out of position number 15. We've got a race start, and they all get away very, very nicely indeed. So Dean Koutsamidis, car number 12 out of 15. Keep an eye on the Equity 1 car as they come into turn 1.
So your leader is Jack Clifford, down into turn 3, Nick McBride just behind him, and then Andrew Reid in P3, McGuinness 4th, Will Faulkner, then Richard Davison as they funnel their way nice and cleanly through the opening sector of the lap. Richard McQuire back there in car 23 behind, back to the leaders, and Clifford has already stretched out a gap on the first lap, but watch for Nick McBride coming through the field. He will look to close that gap with 9 minutes remaining on the schedule.
Short, sharp journey for Formula Fords. This is good. They're good for this sort of journey. It is all about making every corner count. There's not really an opportunity to sit back and feel out your fellow competitors. What there is for us is just a veritable treasure trove of Formula Ford spinner.
Car off at the sweeper, Sean Whelan from South Australia in his RF89 Van Diemen. Will Faulkner has lost the nose cone as well on his yellow car, so that would have happened throughout the first sector there. Back throughout the field, having a look at Eric Bellamy there, and back to the leaders, Reid right out wide, and it's already become a three-way breakaway at the front. Clifford leading still from McBride, squirming under brakes there. Reid following in 3rd, then McGuinness, Faulkner, Davison, Grant Walker, Andrew Torty, a pair of Swift DB1s, then Malcolm Osler, who is a very famous name in Australian and worldwide motorsport. Big battles going out throughout the field there with Dean Koutsamidis further on.
Jack Clifford in the Reynard 87F Formula Ford out there doing a nice job there, getting away very, very cleanly. And in fact, he's got himself a very, very nice lead for Formula Ford. That's acreage really out in front there at the moment. McBride, Reid started out of 3, holds on to 3. Andrew McGuinness in the number 2 car. He's got the Van Diemen RF89. And anything during the 80s, if it didn't have an RF in front of it.
Sorry, but the leaders have just gone off through the sweeper, and there must be oil on the track because Clifford has just bowled a massive wide, allowed McBride to get through. Looking back here on shot, and there's definitely oil. They're all running off. Andrew Torty and his Swift runs off, and there's got to be an oil flag displayed somewhere throughout the field.
Not sure what's going on there. Definitely those cars were not in a position to spear off, but they're definitely just gone shooting off. Our race leader, in fact, Jack Clifford, has dropped all of those spots in his Swift, gone back 3 spots there. Reed, as you said, Boulder wide, ran very wide there. Would have been heart and mouth sort of stuff for Reed through there as we gather our thoughts down in turn number 10.
Cars are all over the place. It definitely seems like there is some sort of fluid on the ground throughout the track. Will Faulkner with a massive left front lock-up. Unusual
and missing the nose
pinch,
cone too.
Yeah, he's pulling into the pit, so he may be the person with the problem here.
That could be brake fluid with the front of the car off there. That's where the master cylinders sit in behind that safety crush area, if you like, at the front of the car.
So they'll have to be careful this time round. They would have felt the fluid on the road here. You can see how much they're sliding out of turn 2. There is definitely something on the road there, but back here at the leaders, McBride holding from Reed by about a second. The fastest lap time set by Nick McBride with a 34.9. Reed with a 35.5. Looking back there at Neil Richardson in his 89 Van Diemen.
Camera's trying to pick up to see if there is a slick around through the sweeper. They've managed to gather it all up now. I wonder if they've gone in there just a little bit hot, a little bit anxious to get this race underway, carrying a little bit too much speed. It is one of those corners, you arrive there and you go, wow, I'm going quicker than what I thought I was, and then you have to try and gather it all up to head back the other direction there, and everything inside the car is trying to push to the right, and you want it to muscle it back over to the left. You would have felt that on a cold trackless morning, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. It's a high commitment corner, and you can make a massive error if you overstep your marks a bit. Back through the field here, Eric Bellamy and Paul Faulkner. These guys are running in 14th and 15th. Paul Faulkner in a FA spec Van Diemen.
So we do have a couple of different eras of Formula Ford, FA, FB, FC, representing different age brackets for each of those categories for Formula Ford. So we do see some magnificent Alphans out there. John Baker in the Alphan 600 Formula Ford. What a thing of the 80s they were. Absolutely early 80s. You had to have yourself an Alphan 600. Matt Veal in an Eldon Mark 8, something that you don't see too much of. Malcolm Osler, of course, in the Lola, which was a very successful chassis worldwide, but nothing really in the eras that we're looking up here did quite what Van Diemen did in the Ralph Furman designed 86, 88, 89. McBride now just squirreling under a little bit of grip there. This is a Swift FB 89, so that's something a little bit different. Was a lot of them on the Australian scene going back then, and there was a lot of success with Swifts in the Australian Driver to Europe series, the Coca-Cola series, the TAA series, all of those different eras for the Driver to Europe series. As we get a great look down the side of Reed's car, and Andrew Reed there in the 15. Victorian racer, and certainly the linear bearings car was synonymous with Formula Ford for a long time with Andrew at the wheel.
This was the ex-Glenn Zampatti car, which he ran in 89, Australian-built RF89. Andrew, my dad, bought it in 1990, then sold it further on and purchased it back in 2006 in ruins, and we did a resto over COVID, and it's brought back to what we have now.
Certainly looks the goods. Just getting a good look at Jack Clifford there again, a Reynard 87F. The Reynard brand really cemented itself in Australia, not in Formula Ford, but in Formula Holden and Formula Brabham. The Reynard 90, 91, 92, right through to 94 chassis were the winningest of the chassis in that Gold Star phase of Australian open wheeler racing. But certainly the Van Diemen dominated, but the Reynard, which I was just touching on. Glenn Woodford is in a Reynard out there as well. This is the Royale. Chris O'Connor in the number 31, also out there burning around.
Oh yeah, wow! It looked like a lot of fluid on the racetrack over it. Down at the penultimate corner, taking a look further through the field, car 55.
That's the Eldon. The Eldon out there, the only Eldon, Matt Beale from Canberra, 1975 car. So we're reaching from cars that went right up to the 90s and going back to 1975, even further back 1970 in the Alpha 600 that Matty Scott's racing. Have a look at that. That is true period livery there. looking almost like a Matic, actually, with Formula 5000 of the year, with the Seiko sticker on the front there for the number 55 of Matt Beale.
Car off at the sweeper. That is Neil Richardson, and he was running around about position 10 there, and he's gone off and rejoined the track onto the old back straight now. A shot throughout the field. That is Chris Rogers going through with Johnny Greig behind in his Reynard. The owner of that car, or sorry, Johnny's father-in-law, is the car that I'm driving in Regularity, and he's doing a great job this weekend running around P12, qualified 15th. Said he was happy with that, and he's chipping his way forward throughout the weekend.
How are you finding the physicality of the Formula Ford, Tom? You're a tall fella, and Formula Fords are, like Stephen Richards and Jason Bright, all those guys were kind of your height. How do you find yourself curling yourself up into them?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm overly tall, but for someone maybe over 6 foot,
I'm
they would be
6'3". You've got to be 6'8".
Oh, maybe. Yeah, but for someone of a taller stature, over 6 foot, it would be a little bit of a struggle to fit in. Some cars you can't fit in. These, like the car on screen now, the 89 Van Diemen, they are rather spacious, and you can get a bit of adjustability out of them with the seat and the pedals as well. But for me, it's a comfortable fit, but it's very, very raw, very pure. You feel every bump in the road, and you see the suspension lift as you go over a curb, and you can hear the engine, and you can hear the cars in front of you. So there's a lot going on.
It's a full immersement, isn't it? The Formula Ford. You're right amongst it. You say that you can see the wheels riding the bumps, and definitely a raw experience. 4-speed gearbox, manual. You've got to use the clutch. You've got to drive the car. There's no ABS. There's no any driving aids. It's all about getting the job done. As we get a bit of a look at these cars coming down into turn 10 and back up to the in front of the GMSV sign, and coming back down, looking at some midfielders here, and Tom just getting a little bit involved here with some stuff off screen.
Sorry, I was just watching the battle between Reed and Clifford, and they touched wheels going into turn 4, and that put my heart in my mouth. So it's a big dice going on there for second and third. And now back on screen here with Eric Bellamy, Paul Faulkner, a 4-car battle here. Just in front of them is the yellow 89 Van Diemen of Will Faulkner, who has dropped to, well, he came into the pits before and he's dropped all the way down the order past position 21, just waiting for it to pick back up on screen, and it hasn't. Sorry, running position 13, so he's got back going now. Just taking a look at the sweeper with, well, 57 seconds remaining on the clock, and we might have a checkered flag this time by. Looking out my window, we do, and we should start to see the legs come across the line.
Checkered flag has flown, and we're just trying to pick up on them. It's Nick McBride over Andrew Reid. Jack Clifford rolls in there as well, looking for Andrew McGuinness. He started out at P5, hasn't made his way to the line there at the moment. Gets through in 4th. Richard Davison in 5th, and he's made up a spot there as well. So it's Faulkner that has gone backwards essentially out of that. So that's given both McGuinness and Richard Davison the big shuffle up there as well. Farrell and Koutsamidas, that's a ripping drive. Dean Koutsamidas, the Equity One man himself, started out of 15th, made his way up to 8th in car number 12. That's a Van Diemen RF 89.
He would have seen the rear missed after qualifying, would not have been happy with P15 there, but he's driven well and comes home position 8. Sean Whelan across the line, who we saw off in the sweeper on the opening lap, comes across the line for 14th, 15th, Eric Bellamy. Paul Faulkner in that battle we were talking about round is in 16th. Matt Scott in the X, Larry Perkins, FA, Alfin, home in 17th, and then the rest of the field just crossing the line now.
Well, Tom Reed, thank you so much for joining us up here. As I said, you debuted as a commentator here at Winton last year, You've debuted as a race driver here this morning, and you're back on track at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So you go and rest up this afternoon, young man, or you got some maintenance to do on a car that's just come second in a race, have
I
you?
do, yeah. I'll have a little bit of a chat to the driver, tune him up and see how we go tomorrow. But on track at 8:30, busy day, four sessions.
Nothing like a young fella with a spring in his step after doing some laps here at Winton. Thank you very much, Tom. Fantastic to have your enthusiasm here in the commentary booth. We'll take the next race, which will be Group S and invited cars out on track. A big shout out to Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, and Equity One. Equity One, a big contributor here this weekend. Premier for all of their help as well. Premier Hire. Keep your eye out for them. The Touring Car Tribute races, of course, being presented by Autohouse Vehicle Storage 300 in Moorabbin. The Porsche 944 Challenge here this weekend, presented by Tyre Power in Benalla. Great to see Chris Lewis-Williams and Tyre Power Benalla part of the sponsorship package. Of course, FS Bagnolo and Co, the accountants from Ascot Vale. Cave Hill Engine Services, specialists in engine reconditioning performance. Race engines out of Lilydale. Cryocycle Thermo Technologies, also out of Lilydale. Rubbercraft Race Tyres, supporting Motorsports Australia and New Zealand wide. McDonald Automotive, Phil Membry's mates from Wangaratta Automotive Services. McDonald Automotive, if you've got some car repairs or servicing done in that part of the world. Aussie Soils, premium soils, servicing Ballarat and surrounds. We'll be back with more racing. The Group S cars lined up in the pit lane. Back in a moment. Group S cars out on track. Now, this is some racing we want to see. This is, some will say it's not for sheep stations. I cry foul on that. This is for sheep stations, and I'm about to introduce Em in, and she's got a guy here that knows all about the sheep stations and what it's like to lose one in racing. Emma, Group S cars out on track now. You've got the grid there. Let's have a look.
Yes, Darren, we've got Terry Lawler in that beautiful Shelby in first position. Then we have Douglas Barber, Jeff Di Bartolo, Jeff Morgan, Samuel Ross, help me out.
Narkovitz.
Thanks, Ross.
And it's Joe Di Bartolo.
Sorry, Ray Narkovitz. And then we have Damien Mayer, Tom Wallstab, Hugh Harrison, John Floyd, Hung Do in 11th, Scott Farquharson,
Yes.
love that name, in number 12, Andrew Wilson, Donald Bartley, John Geist, James Ashby, Jordan Bunyan in 17, Tammy Hotz in 18, Ryan Koenig in 19, Paul Hogan 20. What a grid. This is massive. Peter Kaiser in 21, Andrew Brait in 22, Brian Weston, Christopher Ralph, Perry Spirides, Nigel Catchlove in 26, Dale Ashby in number 27, Jay Murphy 28, Rowan Hodges, Barry Cockayne, Gary Prunster and Christopher Comer. Now, we do have some absences this weekend, Ross. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Because we're missing Joe Collegia from Apex Steel.
Yes, and good afternoon, everyone. And it's a great honour to be up here looking at this fantastic field on a beautiful day up here at Winton Motor Raceway. Yes, Joe Collegia had a mechanical issue of substantial proportions yesterday in
That's an
practice.
engine.
That's an engine. And I was here a few weeks ago with my son, and Joe was up here with his crew sorting out the new engine. So unfortunately, that didn't go so well, and so Joe's not with us, unfortunately, in that beautiful red Corvette.
Yeah, it is stunning, and I believe he had just swapped that engine out,
had
so he
indeed.
had just gone down capacity.
He'd been running a big block in it for some time, 427, and it was down to a more conventional, shall we say, small block 350 cubic inch Chev motor, which normally they're a very, very bulletproof and reliable unit. So not quite sure what happened there, but
That's racing.
Knowing Joe, he'll have that car back and looking superb and operating very, very soon.
And Ross, that's a great lead in, because there's always races within races, but in this particular class, Group S, we've got quite a few subclasses of racing going on. Can you tell the folks that what we've got? Because we've got SA, we've got S.
Yes, it's a fantastic category to get into historic motorsport because these are production sports cars of the 50s, 60s and 70s. We've just about got to start here, so maybe I'll come back to that later. But
Ross, it's interesting because I came here this weekend to see a yellow Pantera on the front
So
couple
did
of rows of the grid, and you're here commentating. So there's got to be a great bit of trepidation that you're up here with us, yeah?
well, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be in a fetal position crying. So, yes,
Good therapy.
The Pantera is under repair, and it will be back in time for Sandown after its unfortunate meeting with the pit lane wall at Phillip Island in March.
Let's have a
Thanks to
look here.
driver error.
5-second board has gone up. The 911 of Douglas Barber, or 911, depend on where you are from. The number 8 of Terry Laura right alongside. I'm looking for Jeff Morgan in the 41, a Porsche Cup extraordinaire racer for many, many years. He knows how to get a Porsche off the line here. Joseph de Bortoli there as well. Ray Narkwitz, but it could be a bit of a surprise. Hugh Harrison out of 9 in the number 79 there as well. But we're waiting. We're getting held here for start delayed. This is not what we wanted. And I tell you what, Ross, it's been a long time since I was at the wheel of a car when a start delay sign came out. But you get yourself to fever pitch, and we've just gone, I think that was a 2-minute board. It looks like we're going to go metric minutes. No, the lights are now on, so confusion reigning down there, and away we go. It is Doug Barber that gets the clutch take up very, very nicely indeed, and Jeff Morgan goes with him. But have a look at the number 2, the big Stingray Corvette, muscles his way in, and I'm going to say there would have been a yellow Di Tomaso Pantera somewhere in the mix right there, right then.
I'm seeing it, I'm looking at it.
But there it is. We've got Jeff Morgan just holding at bay there. There's Hugh Harrison. I touched on him. And a plethora of cars come through here. Emma touched on the SA, SB, SC classes, and we're seeing that play out. A couple of bug eyes in the back there. They will start to come into their own at the end of this 10-minute race.
Yeah, Darren, I hope Ross can get into it a little bit more because we have difference in years, makes, and we've also got the difference in capacities. So
Correct.
that's what makes up the different
And
subclasses.
that's why if you are running in Group S, you will find someone to race with, no matter what you're running. You can come into this category with an MGB, an MG midget. There'll be people around you to dice with and have the most fun you can have. So whether you go for the front end of the field, where you've got the Group SC cars, which is the 70s, roughly speaking, where you've got the Corvettes, the Porsche 911 SCs, my car, the Di Tomaso Pantera. That's the front end, if you like. But the fast SB cars, and Terry's gone off there. The fast SB cars like Terry Lawler's 60s Shelby GT350 and the big Corvettes, they will be right up there, of course. So SC and SB, you get usually up the front. The SA cars, which are the 1950s, early 1960s cars, they have their own race down the back, and they have just as much fun as anyone else.
Yeah, well, I was saying to you in the pits before, Ross, that those MG midgets have surprised the hell out of me. Those things have the narrowest wheelbase, but they're keeping up with the 911s. The cornering's phenomenal, the braking's phenomenal.
Just want to have a bit of attention on this white Porsche. Alex Webster, a guy that runs at the front and wins races, had a mechanical issue in qualifying. He is absolutely charging. There he is. Have a look at that number 7 Porsche. He's already half the field.
Look at him now attacking the back of Hung Do's Datsun. Hung has never seen a gap that he doesn't like to go down, but Alex is going to gobble him up beside him on the outside of the sweeper here, and Alex is going to show what a class act he is through that sweeper as he punts the 911 down towards the cleavage. Hung Do will be trying to hang on, if I pardon the pun there, and the fact is that these guys will have an absolute cracking dice through this area. Look at the Alfa getting up the inside of the big Corvette, and now Alex is going up inside. That's young Sam Narkovitz, who was actually out-qualified his dad, a feeling I'm used to, in the Corvette. Whenever I hand a Pantera to my son, he puts it many places up ahead of me. Look at this side-by-side. Absolutely classic Group S racing, fast, clean racing, where you've got such variety of vehicles, and there's something for everyone in this category.
That is a man with a plan. Now, if you think you're seeing things in your Porsche aficionado, that is a Carrera, but he has put a 3-litre in it, so it's technically the same spec as an RS, which is really cool. So he will be able to, with that 3 litre, get right up there. Now, Ross, we've got also 2 tyre brands that we're running through this category. One is the Hoosiers and the other is the Yokies. Can you explain to the guys why you'd be running a Hoosier?
It just suits my car. It suits the, it suits the big horsepower V8s, I find. That seems to be a general consensus. And the Yokies tend to be favoured a lot more by the Porsche guys. That's just a general comment. Everyone finds a tyre from the list that we're allowed that suits them. I've experimented with Bridgestones, Yokies, you name it, over the years, but I must say the Hoosiers have changed my life, given that I'm driving a car that's 1,400 kilograms with no power brakes, no power steering, and everything that you do is through your tyres.
Now, if you ask Alex, the Hoosiers aren't an impediment because he gets 10 pin them according to him. But if you ask Jeff, no, they're cold and they stay cold and they just get heated on the last lap.
I tell you what, though, they've all got to try and have a look at this car, number 911. That's of Barber leading the way here. Doug Barber, half race distance, and he has got himself a really handy lead. These sort of shorter sprint races, when you've got a 2-second lead over your nearest protagonist, Joseph De Bartolo, you're doing very, very well, particularly considering there's probably about half the capacity between the Porsche and the Stingray.
This is a great example of the variety in Group S racing. What you've got is different strengths and weaknesses. So there's Dougie Barber, who is a very, very good steerer, lots of experience, driving a beautifully prepared 911, fantastic power to weight, great brakes, superb handling, as against the raw straight line top end speed of the Chevy Corvette, which will always suffer eventually under brakes compared to the 911, but a well driven car, as Joe's always is, will give it right up to the 911s.
You've never heard a Porsche driver or anyone racing against the Porsche complain about the brakes, have you?
Never.
Porsche synonymous with massive brakes, big stoppers, they haul up right across their range. We're going to see the 944s later on this afternoon. Even those things stop beautifully.
Yes.
Absolutely. And the thing is, the great thing about Porsches being biased, and you're not biased, but I am, they do the same thing day in, day out. So they're the perfect choice for a racer. They're a perfect choice for someone who wants to do a whole circuit year after year after year. And some of these guys, I believe, Ross, you've been racing with for 10, if not 20 years.
Yes, I've been running the Pantera for 23 years, and my son Chris, who's in a V today, more recently as well, and in fact he beat Doug Barber here in Pantera, not something that I'd ever be able to do. Yeah, there's guys here who've been, and here's one of them. Rowan Hodges in the Lotus Elan. He's been here the whole time. When I started racing the Pantera in 2002, he was running around in that car, has been since the 90s. That's an example of someone who illustrates how long-lived you can be in this category, because you just don't stop having fun and people to race with.
Absolutely. And from getting to know you guys over this weekend, Ross, you're a lot of owner drivers. You're all owner drivers, actually. And you've got a sparse crew. So there's really only a couple of mechanics, if not the driver being their own mechanic as well. So this is really self-maintained, self-funded. It's a lot of work, but it's a testament to you guys. All of the cars out there in this category are immaculate.
Well, and it's also a testament to the camaraderie of the category. Someone like my mechanic, the wonderful Mark Johnson from MJR Engineering in Lilydale, he will make himself available to help people out around the paddock as and when people need a hand, as do all the other people who are here in a mechanical capacity. The vast bulk of the drivers in Group S don't have a mechanic with them, but they'll have someone quite often that they look to and share with. Other people will have a crew, but yeah, look, it's a very much a self-made DIY category, and people, as I say, can get into this for not a big outlay in an MGB or similar.
We just had a good look at Andre Brett there in the Datsun 2000, and he's doing a terrific job. That car, the 311, that we're having a look at, and then we're getting a good look now at a Mustang fishtailing down the straight.
Terry Law's Shelby GT350, never called a Mustang.
No, I know I'm going to get tripped over tonight.
Ian Ross will have you shot at dawn if you do. That Shelby is an example of a fantastic Group SB car that is as fast or faster than any SC car.
I love seeing a Shelby get a little bit squirrely in the rear. It's actually exciting to watch, especially at Winton.
Being driven very, very nicely as well. There it is, charging down the straight. Our race leader, he is doing a massive job here. We're probably only going to get another lap out of this one, a 1:37.58. Lawler in that aforementioned Shelby, a 1:36.45. So that's the fastest car on track. Third fastest is the Bartolo car, and Lawler doing a very, very nice job. Just looking for Jeff Morgan. He's gone up the straight there. He's not about 10 seconds arrears of our race leader at the moment in the green 911. But our race leader now got the lights on, feeling pretty confident with himself. The battle here with the American muscle heading up the
Sam
hill.
Narkovic's just gone past. And there he goes on screen with Hugh Harrison, probably the best prepared and best driven Alfa in the field. That's another way to get into Group S is through the Alpha route. And Sam Narkovic's driving superbly there, the son of Ray Narkovic, who's a couple of places further up the field.
Ross, can you talk us through these midgets that were just on screen? I'm actually blown away by how these cars perform, and I was showed some in-car footage by Alex of you dicing with a couple of them and you having them harass you around corners. What can you tell us about that? I mean, these things are 500, 600 kilos. They're not that heavy. They've got a capacity of maybe 1,200, 1,300.
Yes, and I don't know where Damien Meyer is. He's not shown there. There, right down there.
Yeah, down the bottom.
I don't know what's happened to Damien. But look, what I can say to you about the sprites is, there's the checker.
Checkered flag has flown there, so Doug Barber takes the win, and your field starts to roll across the line. Bartolo to Lawler. Jeff Morgan gets through in the green car. Alex Webster started rear of field in 33rd, and he has gone 5th place in this race. So these are progressive grids, and he is definitely positioned himself nicely for the first lot of racing again tomorrow.
Sad to see, I think, Tommy Walstab, who's the president of the Group S Racing Association, and the 9 to 8 that I seem to always find myself dicing with. And we've been racing together for 10 years, and as Tom reminds me, we've had so much fun and never, ever touched panels. He's dropped off, DNF'd, it looks like. But what I was saying about the midgets is they are a great way to get into the category, and at a tight track like Winton, a well-driven midget will take it up to the big cars through the tight corners in this track particularly. You'll see a brilliant driver like Damien Meyer doing things that you cannot scarcely believe are possible with a car with only 1300cc. But yeah, it's great little cars, great power to weight ratio, and you can see how popular they are, as are the MGBs. Great way to get into Group S racing, and as I said, Group S provides variety, close, clean, spirited racing, and I just can't wait to be out there, which I will be come Sandown in November.
Well said, Ross.
It's actually quite interesting from my perspective. Unemployable driver these days, but calling a race with a guy who does a lot of racing, they're like a cat in a hot tin roof when they join us in commentary, aren't they? It's like a dance going on.
I'm actually literally shifting from one foot to the other.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's have a quick look as the field has disappeared right through there. Ray Narkwitz gets through on Sam Narkwitz. Hung Do eventually through in the Datsun there in 8th. Hugh Harrison in the 9th there. Floyd, Bartley, Geest, Ashby, Wilson and Farquharson round out our 15, and I certainly recommend you jump onto Natsoft Timing because I'm not going to get through all of the cars. There's some great replays that we're just seeing now on screen. The cars heading off into the dirt. That was early on in the race, and we saw a bit of American English and German muscle getting it there. Here is Alex Webster. He's charging his way through the field. This was a really good battle with Narkwitz in that about lap 3, I think that was, but Alex has done an Alex, I'm going to say, and charged.
Absolutely.
And demonstrating the braking capacities of a 911 in the process.
Fantastic, great, excellent. Thank you, you two, very much for joining us with Group S. We're not too far away from having the Touring Car Legends and 5-litre Touring Car Sprint. Not a race, but a sprint, so it's a lap time. We'll be back with Brett Florence as he enjoys the fantastic event that he spent so long organising. Great list of sponsors for both categories and the event here. Of course, Tyre Power Benalla with Chris Lewis Williams, Autohouse out of Moorabbin, the Autohouse 300 storage facility there. Shannon's absolutely synonymous with going around racetracks. Shannon's Insurance. My Race Lab. You want to increase your, or decrease your lap times, increase your competitiveness. Make sure you check out the My Race Lab product. Equity One. Great to have naming right partners like Equity One and Premier on board. Racer Industries, and we go right back to Phil Memory's mates out of Wangaratta, the McDonald Automotive Crew. Cave Hill Engines out of Lilydale, Cryo Cycle out of Lilydale, the Aussie Soils surrounding servicing Ballarat and other regions. NPAVT, just a massive list of great supporters that keep us going. Of course, this weekend we really do thank Equity One for all of their support. Equity One, fantastic, reputable financial services for investors, competitive loans for borrowers. The team at Equity One include experienced group of portfolio managers and credit experts to make your experience with them seamless as possible. Checking it out, www.equity-one.com.au. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the Touring Car Legends and 5 Litre Touring Car Sprints in just a moment. Welcome back trackside. As expected this morning during qualifying, anyone that was looking at the magnificent display of show cars around the track and back in the pit and paddock area, as soon as the oral tone of these cars came on track, people marched their way up over to the fence, and I just watched everyone do exactly the same thing. It is certainly something that did light up the Australian motorsport scene when these sorts of touring cars started to play out there, and certainly the early era, as we call them, V8 supercars, as opposed to the current era of just supercars. Those cars do attract great attention. Brett Florence has jumped on board with me again for this one. Touring Car Legends and 5 Litre Touring Cars Super Sprint. So it says it all in the title, as far as I'm concerned. It's a sprint. So we're not actually having a lights to flag race, but it's who's going to get the best lap time will be the winner of this event.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. So, yeah, we've got some great cars out here, and excuse me, and some different stuff as well. They're all legends of in their own right, these different cars. So
hey, I'll tell you what, there's a legend, Eddie Dobbs, hey? In the,
exactly, mate.
In that out there, what an absolute legend of certainly a Victorian motorsport. That is awesome to see Eddie mixing it up. He's going to get some paint torn off the side of his car, I would suggest, in this session, though.
Yeah, that FE's been around for a long, long time. Who would have thought?
Yeah, terrific to see. Darren Knight's also jumped back in here. He's got a big smile on his face, so note the day. DK smiling here at the Winton Festival of Speed, as he's keen to talk about what we're about to see take place on the screens as well.
G'day folks, we mentioned Eddie Dobbs in the famous ex-Graham Blanchard FE Holden, the bright blue machine. That car, I think it's still for sale, folks. Dobbsy's pretty much hung up the competitive helmet, but that car has been a race car its whole life. It's never been a road car. So originally built, as I mentioned, and run by Graham Blanchard back in the 50s.
Sure
there he's on screen right now, the number 27 FE Holden.
I remember Brendan someone was another guy that ran a red one of those, and they experimented for years shimming the spark plugs with copper shims so that the electrode was pointing in the right direction and it was half a horsepower on the down on the head flow sort of thing. So
all counts we've got a little grey motor on the bonnet.
Correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, we all know how to make a grey motor go fast. Use methanol, but weren't allowed to, eh?
No.
Yeah, so this is terrific, Brett, throwing this together. I mean, I guess we sort of hark back to what you and I were talking about a little bit earlier. If you build it, they will come. Give these people these cars, give them a place to put them on a racetrack, and they will.
Yeah, absolutely. And all these guys with these cars, they're not racing. They just want to come out, have some fun, but they're sitting in sheds. So our whole purpose was, let's just grow this and get more and more of these guys back at it. Back out of sheds, back on the track, and there's some cool cars. The Mustang that's running out there, that's I've been told that was the first 69 Mustang ever to run in Group N, and it's been fully restored. Graham Hunt owns it now. It was his car back in the day. You've got Dennis O'Brien, who's running around in that 64 Galaxy. It's a Holman Moody Galaxy. Like, how many of those are, in the world starting, and then here we have it's running around on the track, and it's a tough thing. 427 dual quad. It's unbelievable.
And built from parts supplied by none other than Harry Firth.
Yeah, and Len Lukey.
Yeah, and Dennis O'Brien was looking to build a Galaxy in the early days of, it was called Appendix J and then became Group N, wanted to run a Galaxy. Harry Firth was great friends with Len Lukey, the late Len Lukey, and secured some parts. Dennis bought a body shell and put the car together. Ran in the early days of Appendix J or Group N back in the early 80s. Not quite Group N spec these days, a little more freedoms back in those days. And here they are on screen now with the Graham Hunt Mustang behind the Galaxy. That's Steve Trevica driving the Galaxy, the former Bianchi Touring Car Series race driver, and Dennis O'Brien is driving the Graham Hunt Mustang.
Gee, I tell you what, they still haven't fixed that pinion seal leak on the Galaxy, have they? That's kept the back end of that car rust-free for many, many years. Just synonymous with that sort of era of car that when you really got your oil heated up, it expanded all the components and was pretty hard to seal up here. Interesting one there, Brett, that car number 1. Number 3 with young Tabitha Ambrose at the wheel, a name we know. And I'm going to say it's not Rowan Ambrose who held the lap record here in club cars in his RX-7 all through the 90s and early 2000s. It's not his son Cadell, who's going to be joining us a little bit later, who's currently running full-spec John Gourlay Audi in the Australian Sports Sedan Championship. It's Australian Touring Car Champion Marcus Ambrose's daughter.
Two-time.
Yeah, two-time in the Stone Brothers Racing outfit there. So it's second generation Ambrose Racing, and really cool. Had a chat at dinner just briefly because I got myself a little bit confused, and I sort of fancied myself as a bit of a Holden man, and I went, hang on a minute, they're calling this an A9X and it's a 4-door. Marcus got out the old AI, he's pretty good at that, and looked it up, and he said, oh yeah, look, he goes, I think, you think of the Brock cars and the Grice cars, they're all hatchbacks. And he went, I don't know about this, and
he just needed to find a nerd. There's plenty of nerds here.
Marcus and I had learned something last night where Tabitha just sort of looked at us and went, it doesn't have power steering, it's really hard.
Yes, the 4-door A9X, that was the predecessor to the hatchbacks. They built the 4 doors first, and they were several of them were built obviously into Group C touring cars, and then of course the more glamorous hatchback then took over. So Tabitha is driving the ex-Warren Cullen 4-door A9X. Warren, of course, just down the road, ran a very successful Wreckers in Settlement Road, so very much a local. And that was the car that Warren ran at Sandown in 1977. Would have been the Hang 10 400 probably 10 in those days. And that car then became the T car, or the spare car for Bathurst in 1977.
Yeah, and it's great that we've got Tabitha here. Like, it's, supporting her, and she's become a VHRR junior member, which is brilliant as a result of this. So we're hoping to try and get Tabitha to more of our events, and she can experience, what it's really like, in cars of the yesteryear, really.
Started out in XLs, now moved on to state level Formula Ford this year, and now driving something that's not going to turn and brake as well as a little Formula Ford, boys.
No, that's exactly right.
It'll give her. It'll start to give her the feel of some horsepower, though. That is certainly where it is. You can see certainly where Marcus is landing his business these days. She's probably going to slide into a Trans Am car at some point, or a TA2 car for all whatever the different naming nomenclature for those cars are. Here's something awesome. This car blew me away at the Bathurst 12 Hour when it was run, as it was rolled out. And the reason I liked that was that I drove myself around in a V8 Calais wagon for a while, and I thought I'm getting pretty racy with it here, guys. And there it is. What a car, a works entry that the Kellys drove, and bring it out on track. Let's see it. Someone's got it. Let's get it out there.
Yeah, and that's owned by David Hulk, actually, and it's a tough sounding car when you're up against it. So it's really impressive. And interestingly, his wife Rebecca's running around in the little Ford Laser. So 2 production cars, and this is an area that we would like to explore. Guys that have got production cars, if they're listening, and of that era, the Bathurst 12 Hour type production cars of that sort of
Before the GT3 era came in.
So it's something that we're really keen to explore, and in the same principle as this, get some of those cars out on the track, and there's some unbelievable cars in that era.
Kane Fitzgerald we're having a look at here, for all intents and purposes, one of the local entries, just sailed down from Albury out of the Jones boys shed. Of course, when Kim and Brad were running that business these days, Brad, the sole proprietor up there at Brad Jones Racing, still current spec championship team, but this Aussie Mail car was quite famous. I remember one of these didn't have a great run with the Adelaide
This is the
Parkland circuit. This is the one, is it?
Yeah, it's the one.
You'll see the red arrows that are painted on the side of the car, and they appeared after that infamous Clipsal rollover. This way up.
Exactly, yeah. It's if this is pointing that way, point it that way. But yeah, there you go. That car's had some rework done over the years, but again, and a car that is very, very well known. Talking about well known and 12-hour races in Bathurst, this car, the likes of Dick Johnson and John Bow, but prior to them, the guys that actually worked hard to get this thing competitive was the Yuldens and Chris Muscat, and the guys at Centerline Suspension did such a brilliant job setting this car up. It was another one of those Kent Yulden cars out the side door of the Skunk Works there at Ford Motor Company. And Brett, of course, who was a younger brother of Kent, and they did such a great job with that laser. And it's been returned to one of those liveries that it did the 12-hour in. But I remember that the laser, the Amazer, and again, Brett, a car looking for somewhere to race.
That's right,
and
exactly.
It can't. In some of the stricter senses, it can't run as an improved production car because it has roll cage through to the engine bay, little different things like that, which I understand when you've got 40 other cars complying to a rule set, you can't just come swanning in. But those cars are out there, and look at it, you give it a beautiful sunny day here at Winton, and these cars ran in those early Winton 300s, the Group E spec type of, and they had 49 cars running here from all over the country. Wow, that's cool, isn't it? Watching the
Dennis O'Brien in the Graham Hunt Mustang. You mentioned, Brett, one of the real early Group NC cars. NC became a category in 1995 in the historic scene. That was the first fastback, as you mentioned, Brett, built for NC. Caused all sorts of controversy when it was presented for a logbook. There was a bit of legal threats going back and forth, and it was magnificently built car. Actually, it was built with onboard jacks, which had to be removed to be eligible for historic. So, it's a very controversial car, but a very quick car at the time.
How cool is it that Tabitha's running the car in the T number?
Yeah, that's T for Bathurst in 77.
It's sat in the shed with the T car number on it.
T for Tabitha this week.
Yeah,
that's
right.
exactly right.
That's
good pickup, DK. I like it.
Occasionally it happens. Of course, back in the late 70s, teams used to often have a spare car. Even if they had a two-car team, there'd be another spare that was the T car that was used to give especially co-drivers, some extra mileage, some extra practice during the Bathurst week without wearing out, I guess, the components of their race car. So T-car's quite popular in the late 70s.
Peter Aboud is the one that's leading this super sprint. Let's bring it back to the here and the now, and he's done a terrific job, a 1:36.34, nice lap there. Then we've got the 51 of Josh Buchan, who has done some laps around here in a TCR car in recent times. Josh has jumped on board the VF, the Commodore there, the 2014 entry. He's done a 1:35. Then we've got car number 6, which I'm not too sure who is driving car number 6, but we'll get back to that. Then it is the number 19 of Jacob Curry, the Ford Falcon, the 5-litre touring car there as well, so from the supercar era. The 21 car of Kane Fitzgerald, the AU Falcon in the Aussie male livery, currently sitting there in 5th place. The car number 66 of Andrew Cook, the yellow, red and blue car, which I think that's that car right there. We're looking at
better electrical car
right now. That car currently on track in 6th place in this super sprint. And car number 85, David Hulk, that aforementioned R8 sports wagon. So some decent bits of equipment, good lap times, 1:30.12 now to Josh Buchan. Probably fully expected to see Josh start to push a little bit harder towards the end of this session, as we see the ex-Graham Hunt car just disappearing off into the dirt there and spraying it up. Driving it very, very nicely though, pushing hard in the number 69, currently sitting down there in 8th place for Dennis O'Brien. Not too sure what was being held out at the start-finish line there. A yellow board, might be last lap actually, just looking at the time.
And this the VF supercar here, that's Peter Zibris in the famous Jamie Whincup Paul Dumbrell car that ran out of fuel at Bathurst in 2014.
Led the half of the last lap.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack, can you hear us?
He could hear him.
Radio check.
Yes.
Famous moment right there.
It's
there
more,
it is.
you know, and Peter was telling me yesterday, you know, it's the third most winning chassis, I think, in supercar history, and Jamie's, you know, won multiple championships in it, but it's more famous for the running out of fuel than what it is anything else.
Yeah. Well, you know, like it is, you know, they're kidding themselves that world if they think the championship matters over the 1,000.
Yeah.
You know, the one everyone remembers the win of the 1,000.
You know, and that the car that just went past then, the Future Tourer, you know, that's a category that started and it's long gone, and you know, it's a Brock, Team Brock car in the Bianchi Future Tourer there.
James Brock, of course, took the win. The Future Tourer, a proposed category that supported the Bob Jane Bathurst 99 meeting for Super Tourers, the 2-litre Super Tourers. Future Tourers didn't quite catch on, but James Brock, a superb drive in shocking conditions.
And that the winning car is actually sitting in the museum here this weekend. This car, I believe, is the sister car that was built after that car, and the winning car was built out of an Oscar.
Just interesting enough, guys, just while we were talking about the Future Tourer there, that awesome Adam Jones Datsun 240K
absolutely.
Was on screen. He's given that an absolute pedal out there, just moving it around. 240K, straight 6, that venerable Nissan engine, though I think it was in production for 20 years.
Absolutely.
And just sounded fantastic. It's sort of got that flat 6-cylinder drone to it. There goes Tabitha Ambrose, making her way back to the pits. The car of Tabitha just going back, just trying to find where the T car is. So she did a time of a 1:43 mid-pack, 8th. So
overall.
inside the top 10. So that's a good run. A young lady, I hate to sound like it's a little bit cliche, but a young lady in a hurry. She's certainly pushing her motorsport agenda and trying to do it very well. I'd say Dad has got the hand on the reins and making sure the right choices and the right directions are being done. And right now, getting your backside into a race car nearly every weekend is probably a good plan.
An actual a third generation Ambrose racer, because Marcus's dad, of course, was very quick on the Apple Isle at Cortina, at whenever the Touring Car Championship wounded up at Symonds Plains.
And certainly in Formula Ford in that Van Diemen company as well, was Marcus's dad had a lot to do along the way there. So, yeah, terrific to see that. Really good, Brett, that you were able to, I guess, find a spot for Tabitha to come here this weekend.
Yeah, it was, we put the feelers out, and a good mate of mine, Craig Bowring, who's here today to watch, and he said, yeah, put her in my car. Let's have a go. So, and VHRR has got behind Tabitha, as I said, as a junior. So, we can hope to help her. So, let's get behind her.
A fantastic initiative, because not everyone necessarily with a car like that wants to get involved in the cut and thrust of actual racing. So as Darren said, it really gives these people a platform to run their cars, give it a bit of curry, so get into it, but not into the potentially panel damaging full-on racing. It's certainly an event we used to see at the Muscle Car Masters at Sydney Motorsport Park in years gone by, and it sort of dropped off the radar, unfortunately, but it's great to see it back here this weekend, and hopefully that continues.
Yeah, that's our plan, and with our good sponsors, this can only grow, and it's an area that we want to see. And like I said earlier, guys with production cars from that Bathurst 12-hour era, or the old Nations Cup, all that sort of stuff, we'd love to get those guys back out and putting on a display for the crowds, because there's some cool cars that ran in those days.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for bringing all of the good oil, the good information in behind that category we've just seen leaving the track there. Touring Car Legends and 5-litre Touring Cars Sprint, and we've got them back on track, of course, twice again tomorrow. So if you've enjoyed it today and you've been watching on our live stream, make your way to the track tomorrow. It's going to be a full-on day. Seriously, the first race starts at 8:30 and finishes at 5:30, so the day won't be done until 6 o'clock. Give it your attention. We've got a small field of J, K and L cars just about to head out on track. We'll take a quick break. Greg Smith will join me in commentary in just a few moments. Well, welcome back to the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. Big congratulations to not only the circuit here at Winton Motor Raceway, the green grass, the place is clean and vibrant, and the VHRR bringing the Winton Festival of Speed back again here this year. And we go to some real historic sort of pieces of mechanical equipment that are lovingly used and I'm going to say abused. Get out there and race them, and that's what they are doing. They're giving it a red hot go. Probably not abusing them, because they want to make sure get through all of the races here this weekend. I refer to the JK and L, very compact field of 5 cars out there on track, and really looking forward to seeing how this race plays out. It's going to be a good battle. 13 minutes of racing to take our attention, and I guess some of the time in these races it's all about making sure you get it to the finish. Big shout out and thanks to Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts and Equity One for their great contributions to the Victorian Historic Racing Register and their day in day out operation around the historic scene of Australian motorsport. I'd love to bring in both Phil Memory and Greg Smith now to run us through the grid sheet. And Greg Smith is a guy we had up here last year, and he does a brilliant job, and Phil, of course, knows his way around the historic scene. Greg, thank you so much for bringing your font of knowledge and enthusiasm for these older race cars to the commentary.
So we've got a bit of a stall on the feed at the moment, but the cars, or the first 4 of the cars, are on the screen. The first 3 there are V8 cars. The front one is a Chevrolet overhead valve car, and the next 2 are flathead Fords. The car behind that is the Barry Thompson Lola copy, and it's got a little So cars are making their way down to the grid there.
Greg, is obviously just giving us a really good description around the mechanical package. For those watching on the live stream, we apologise. There is a technical issue with that feed. We've got a couple of fine gentlemen about to call out the window here, Phil, as the JK and L5 cars get themselves on the grid. There's more spectacles in this room than a Frozen Garage this afternoon, trying to see how far down we can get down the grid there. I love the technology of live streaming, but when something goes awry, you end up having to look out the window again. Race start, and we are away very nicely indeed. Graham Raper gets away nicely. Connor Ryan in the 77 also gets away.
What a launch! That wasn't a start. That was a launch. He's absolutely blitzed it off the start, Connor Ryan. Now, Greg, I've not seen Connor in this car before. Have you got any background on this for us?
This was a car that I imported from America, from Pennsylvania, and it had run on tracks very similar to Winton in America, even though it looks like a typical dirt car. It was a circuit car.
Yep.
I sold it to Patrick Ryan, who completed the car, and after he passed away, young Connor's been driving the car. So it's Chevrolet powered, Hillborn fuel injection. It's got, from 1957, it's got very close to the horsepower of a Formula 5000.
Yeah.
But with the engine in the front and a solid diff. So it's a quick thing.
It's very quick as he comes round the big sweeper onto the old back straight, makes his way up to the left-hander. Now, this is a very awkward left-hander, Greg. It's more than 90 degrees and not an easy corner at the best of times, but Connor has just floated through there beautifully.
Particularly with a car with a locked diff. They tend to push and what we call understeer with the locked diff. But with that amount of power, up close to 550 horsepower, he can steer the back of the car with the throttle.
With the throttle, yeah. It's not the first time that's been done, but not to hold sway on Connor out in the lead. We've got Graham Raper there and then Louise Raper, both in similar style cars with the old flat top Ford V8s.
So the car Graham's in started life as the Ben Tar car with wire wheels and a lot smaller motor. It was a Bathurst car. And George Reed, who was a famous builder in New South Wales, sort of likened his cars to roller skates. So he built 4 cars, skate 1, skate 2, skate 3. And this car, because it only had a single seat, he called monoskate.
Yeah, okay.
The one behind was Eric Warner's car, and he had an arrangement with the SoCal speed shop in Los Angeles, and bought all the Alex Zaitis speed equipment from that shop, and built this car. So this car is called the SoCal Special, and it's Louise Raper's first race on a new licence. So we wish her well.
Yeah, absolutely. And following Louise is that beautiful little sports car. I'm going to call it a sports car, the Slimliner. What can you tell us about the Bates machine?
That is a copy of a Lola built by Hedley Thompson, and Hedley was the chief welding engineer at Commonwealth Aircraft Factories during the war, and he built beautiful cars out of chrome moly tube, fabulous welder, and famously the head scrutineer, who wouldn't allow any racing car with any chrome suspension components on them because of hydrogen embrittlement.
Okay.
So they called him Deadly Headley. You couldn't get anything past him.
And Rachel Brown at the back there bringing up the little orange machine. She's been doing a lot of work on this car herself.
She's built this car with her father, Kevin. He's a great T-model Ford fellow. But Rachel's a 19-year-old novice girl driver with her P-plate, and she's one of the VHRR juniors, and we heartily support girls to get into cars, and particularly younger girls, women, whoever wants to get in and have a go.
100%, Greg, and we see the one of the Raper machines coming up the straight there around the sweeper, in fact, goes through that right-hand dog leg. Now, that can be a nasty little corner. It can catch people out going through there and down into the old tank corner. I'm watching Connor Ryan now come on to the old back straight. He'll open up the taps on that car of his, and he's not really pushing the car that hard now. He's.
I think he might have done what he went out to achieve. He said, "I'll go out and give it my best shot, but we might leave the gold to some of the novice or younger drivers."
Well, there we go. Now, Louise Roper coming under a bit of a challenge there on screen from Bates.
Well, Barry Bates is a very accomplished driver. He drove a big Lister Jaguar before this, and he had the Lotus 15 of Graham Hill, which came to this country, and Barry had it not knowing it was a Graham Hill car, and it had a single cam climax in it. And somebody sort of twigged by the chassis number that it had been Graham Hill's special car with the 2-litre FPF in it.
And all of a sudden the value went up quite considerably.
all of a sudden Barry could put some money in the bank and have the little red Lola sports car. And he drives that well and very competently.
Yes, he's driving it really well at the moment and pushing Louise. We're watching the car on screen at the moment.
He's only 1,500 cc's and Louise is 4.3 litres. And with all the expertise of Graham's associates that build their flathead Ford engines, she's got a lot of horsepower.
Yes, and she drives it rather well and quite regularly as well. We see her getting out there and doing great jobs in Regularity, and I know that she runs in hill climbs as well, as does Graham. So good effort, and we're just watching Batesy head down into turn 4, turns it to the right, and is pushing hard as he can to try and chase down Louise Raper up into the sweeper. He'll close down the gap as this car does seem to have a bit better handling, Greg.
Well, the handling is better, but his main feature is it's got 4-wheel disc brakes.
So the brakes are even better again.
Yeah, and Louise has got drum brakes and probably tyres that aren't as sticky as the racing tyres on the Bates machine.
Terrific display, guys, of engineering. Greg, I know I caught you yesterday. You were deep in conversation with some of these races as well, and you know, every other day of the week you're out there fettling with these cars, rolling. I heard you talking through rolling panels through the English wheel and the techniques involved with that sort of thing. Is this sort of craftsmanship? Is this something that we can hang on to, or
there is a big resurgence in metal shaping. There's some fabulous tradesmen coming up, young guys that have just wet their whistle with making a shape out of a piece of aluminium. They work a bit harder and they can make a bowl. They work a bit harder and they can make a guard or a panel. And some of these young fellows are turning out world-class bodies for our style of cars in aluminium and steel, but just world-class jobs.
In fact, if you wander along out the back area here, there is such a display on hand there from one of the trade shows where I saw a young chap this morning. He started off with a wooden mallet belting a piece of aluminium into pretty much a sandbag, and the aim of the game was to have him make a hat at the end of the day. So there's lots of talent around, and there's people prepared to share and teach. As we go back to watch the Raper machine, Graham heading down that back straight, also a hill climber. And you'll hear me talk a little bit about hill climbs, Graham. Greg, I tend to be a bit of a passionate one on the hill climbing fraternity. Making good speed up the back there.
I like the number of this one, actually, Phil. That's what I raced all along, the number 16. So you can barrack for the hill climbers, and I'll barrack for the numbers of the hill climbers.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
There.
Match your age, 16. Or is that dyslexic? 61.
It did back in the day, yeah, absolutely.
So we've got Connor Ryan here up, and he's just coming round that onto the sweeper. And you might notice that in a previous shot, when he puts his foot down, there's a rooster tail of rubber comes off off those tyres. He thought if anybody was to get close to him, he might rooster tail them and put rubber on their visor.
Yeah, well, I think he's got the vehicle that could do
There
that.
it is.
There's
There it is, right
right
there.
on cue.
He hasn't got access to our commentary, so he's doing that of his own volition.
Look, he might be listening in. We don't know. He might have something secret in there.
The wonders of modern technology, he's more than likely listening in. I would suggest at this point in time, Greg, I'm pretty sure it was Connor you were chatting with down in the pits yesterday, and they were talking about, we need to do this on a Saturday, and it was like, hang on, we race on Saturdays, we can't do finangling aluminium panels on Saturdays. You got to do that during the week or late at night.
Now, of course, just to make a bit of a point there too, Connor Ryan has managed to do a 1 minute 36.19. That's a pretty handy sort of a lap time in a car from what era?
1957, and I can confirm that now is the Group J K&L lap record. Connor held the lap record last year driving my MG Holden at 39.2, and if he's done a 36 something.
Now 36.19 is what we've got on our screen, to be confirmed by the officials, of course.
Absolutely, but he's completed more laps than he needs to have the time confirmed, and that'll be a feather in his cap.
Absolutely, and that's actually eclipsed the time previously. That's a good couple of seconds up the road for Connor Ryan in that number 77 machine.
Here we have Rachel Brown in her little car. It's the car here at Winton today that has the shortest wheelbase, and it's a little Morris Special built with her father.
Yep. And
as she was going out, it was particularly noisy. So I don't know what they've done, but it's got a bit of crack in this little car.
They've upped the compression ratio a little and given it a little bit more stick in a straight line.
Or Kevin might have put a very small exhaust on so that it sounded loud.
What do we know about the engine in that one?
I know that it's 993 cc,
wow,
so
massive.
Compared to the 4.5 litres of Graham Raper, it's a piccolo.
It is. It's cracking along. The interesting thing there, just going back to the category previous to these guys coming on, which was the Touring Car Legends, the 5 litre Touring Car Sprint, so modern equipment, or contemporary modern equipment, and the best time there was a 1:32. So we're only 4 seconds off.
But how many years away?
70 years on the road. But the interesting thing is that a well put together piece of equipment. Checkered flag drops, and it'll be the number 77 of Ryan that takes the victory along to. Next one along will be Graham Raper. And
Rachel, I think, might have been lapped.
Yeah, I think she's gone a lap down. Yeah, definitely. But that is certainly testament to it. And now that you pointed out, Greg, it is very, very short wheelbase, isn't it?
It is.
It's almost go-kart territory.
So,
Go-kart.
So I hope all of you that have been listening have enjoyed the display of these cars. We're a little bit down this year. Some were family problems, but we'll aim to boost the number of cars on track for next year. We've got a list of 1,200 logbook cars with certified historic logbooks. So we should be able to poke the bear a bit and get a few more cars out so that there's...
It's giving that wheel spin there, isn't it?
Crazy, and it's on the cool down lap.
Yeah. So he's in a hurry to get back. He's waving to the officials and letting them all know. Look, a win's a win. It's great to see it. We still haven't had Louise come to the line there as well, so there is still a race in competition to get a couple of cars to the line, and it'll be Louise Raper, who we saw actually parked up earlier today. She parked it off the back of the sand pit, so they would have had to get some gravel and rubbish out of the car.
I had a bit of a chat to her. She said she just wanted to go and play in the sand pit.
It looked like that, yes.
Yeah.
So she's just passed our commentary point, and for the whole of the race, she's held Barry Bates off in that very sophisticated later car. So good upon her.
Yeah, great effort there by all participants, and thank you very much, Greg, for coming and sharing your depth of knowledge on these cars. It's really good to have you on board for this.
And to you, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Terrific to have the JK&L and that hark back in history, and it's great to keep that sort of thing alive. And Greg Smith absolutely personifies that. He has an extreme enthusiasm and passion to keep those racing cars doing laps of racetracks like this event, the Winton Festival of Speed of 2025. A big thanks to Equity One, proud partners and sponsors of this event and premiere. We've got plenty more racing still to come. In fact, up next, we're going to change the scenery a little bit here. It's going to be a horizon-adjusting, ground-thumping sensation of oral and audio. And it'll be the historic sports sedans for their regularity. Hopefully going to have a current spec national sports sedan racer, a young bloke that lives about 150 metres from this racetrack, and be good to have Cadell Ambrose in the commentary booth. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Boy, oh boy, the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed is keeping us on our toes. The big bangers, the gods of thunder, legitimately the gods of thunder of Australian motorsport, are out on track now. And this is the historic sports sedans. We are lucky enough, Phil Membry has been absolutely trawling the pits here this weekend, and he's found a whole new love for big banger sports sedans away from his beloved hill climb cars. And you've been welcomed into the community down there like a brother, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, they've sort of wrapped their arms around me and said, welcome, it's, come and have a bite to eat. Here's a... No, they didn't offer me a drive of one of the cars, but... yeah, look, some fantastic cars out there and some amazing history in some of those cars. They've got a certain Mercedes-Benz, which is probably one of my favourite sports sedans of all times, the Brian Thompson machine. And of course the other favourite of mine is the other car that used to be a Brian Thompson car, driven by Peter Fowler, who was the builder of both of these cars, the Volkswagen. So really, really spectacular cars out there. The Volkswagen, of course, is a replica because the original was sort of destroyed and pulled apart and whatnot. But yeah, some absolutely fantastic cars out there.
Terrific to see all of those cars out there. We've also been joined by young Cadell Ambrose, who's a current spec national sports sedan racer. We'll just get his microphone on. Welcome, Cadell. Welcome to commentary. I know you don't want to be here. I know you want to be out in a car, but you and your family have moved up pretty locally to the racetrack now, and this is kind of your life, isn't it?
Yeah, it is for now. It's been good. It's been a bit of a change and everything, but yeah, it's good.
So, sports sedans making their way around here. Phil will give you the best of our knowledge, a little bit of the history of them as they make their way around. Gee, the Anglia was something that was definitely, I'm going to say, massaged into a sports sedan.
Yeah.
All sorts of engines thrown in an Anglia.
Well, look, I used to work with a chap named Ian Judd who had an Anglia sports sedan back in the day, 6-cylinder Holden, and used to compete against the likes of Peter Brock. So he called it Judd's Jeep, and that was a bit of a weapon. And we've got an A30 out there, an Austin A30 with a massive motor under the bonnet as well. The car did at one stage have a turbo on it, but is no longer turbocharged, I believe. But some of the other machines, we've got the big 26, the amazing machine of Morris, the Charger, running down the straight, doing a great job showing us just what these cars were back in the day.
Yeah, Clem Smith, the guy who actually owned Malala Motorsport Park, raced that car a lot. In fact, one of the most prestigious trophies in the history of sports sedan racing was the Clem Smith Trophy. We'll try and pick up on the Mercedes, which is behind Clem, the Clem Smith car, sorry. We'll see if we can catch him, but actually Jason Maros driving that car. Down the straight now, we've got the Peter Finch Monaro, and the Mercedes is just tucked in behind. That's Tony Hubbard. There it is, right there.
It is.
Car number 1. A car that anyone who's anything involved with sports sedan. Simon Fitzner at the wheel. We're going to try and pick up that car and watch it for an entire lap here. And just as the cars are starting to get some temperature in the system, we'll keep an eye on that number 1 car and see if we can get Cadell just to talk us around a lap in a sports sedan. There we go, Cadell. You haven't run the Audi here yet. You have tested, so you do know how to get a very, very quick current spec sports sedan around here. Just tell us what Simon's actually doing at the wheel of this car.
Yeah, well, a track like this with something with this much power, like most of these cars have, it's pretty busy compared to a track like Sandown or Phillip Island or whatever. But yeah, it keeps you on your toes and everything, definitely. But yeah, it's pretty straight to quite short here and everything. It doesn't work brakes too hard, which is good. But yeah, you definitely get a workout.
So is it a busy track? Like, is it up and down the gearbox? I mean, you've got the current spec gearbox, but Simon would be pretty busy on the handwork there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the gearbox definitely gets worked pretty hard in these, especially ratios for this track and everything.
What do you do to prepare for a shorter track like this in these cars? I know Simon's not running an entire side window on that car, so heat is clearly an issue. I know you race a car with full windows, and you've got 1,000 degree header pipes running within millimetres of your leg, haven't you? Simon does too in this one.
Yeah, it's definitely gets hot in them. Track like this isn't quite as bad because you're not on the throttle as much as somewhere like Sandown or Phillip Island, but yeah, it definitely gets hot. It gets well over 60, sometimes 70 degrees in these cars, so you definitely notice it.
I like what you did there. You mentioned Sandown. Your next round of the National Series is at Sandown in a couple of weeks' time, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Hopefully it all goes well for there, and yeah.
Well, at least you've been there before. That was where you debuted the car, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I debuted the car there. It was quite a good weekend, actually. Pretty problem-free, which was good. Ended up winning overall, so yeah.
That's terrific. Thank you, Cadell. That's really a great insight to being a sports sedan racer. Simon Fitzner owns this car and a number of cars in the field here. So it's great to see that Mercedes, isn't it, Phil?
Absolutely. One of my friends years ago, back in the day when that was a car running, just stumbled across the car on a chassis dyno.
Yeah.
And he said it's the first time he'd seen a race car that actually scared him.
Yeah.
Whilst they were pulling the string on the car. Car 95 on the screen. The Ford Capri. How cool is a Ford Capri?
Well, this is the fourth entry, and looking very, very nice indeed. Car number 95 there on track and doing a brilliant job keeping the old Capris there. Certainly there was many Capris that have raced in sports sedans. This one looks fairly standard. There was some wild pieces of kit in there along the way, and the Motorsport Engineering Services entry was certainly one of those as far as a career was Capri was concerned. Number 95 is Robert Forbes, and that's a 3-litre, so it'll be the V6.
The V6. Of course, plenty of these had V8s popped into them as well. One of my friends popped one in, and it was like an 11-second standing quarter mile on radial tyres, which was a pretty handy time back in the day. See Mark Scully going through on our window there in his Holden Tirana. Of course, he's a big part of getting this field up and running. Trying to sort out the the radio on the dash of his car, I'm sure, Mark Sully.
Yeah, well, Mark had damaged an engine and has been, administrator, motivator for everyone else in the club for some time. He's only just got that 5-litre 308 engine back together, as we see the old Peter Finch Monaro. This has only just been finished. It was finished specially for the Malala Motorsport Park historic event on the Anzac Day weekend as we go around there, the 68 there. That's Ernie Gorey and the HB Tirana all caught up in it.
He was saying down in the pits earlier today that he felt it was a bit underpowered. Well, I think he was using a bit much right foot there.
He certainly caught it, didn't he? That was
he did.
A nice bit of work there, and he's starting to really get motivated in the 68. We'll just pick up his time of 146.22, so he's looking good with it there. Tony Ross has just jumped up a spot in that blue FJ. There he is, just tipping it into turn 8. There is the car we were just talking about. That's the Tirana of Mark Sully.
Yeah.
And it'd be great to get a good look alongside of Mark Sully's car. That is a really cool Tirana. A Chevy. This is strictly not a sports van, but it is an invited car because it's so cool.
It is just so cool, isn't it? The old Chevy looks like an absolute beast. It should qualify as a sports sedan, and in this case, it does. But we've got the old Humpy Holdens out there too. Here's Mark Sully now on screen in the Tirana. He'll be twiddling with the dial on his old radio. If you want an old radio repaired, he's the man to go and see, as we see the HB Tirana go through on our screen as well.
There is Graham Haddad, and there is Ian Baird, a guy who is synonymous with sports sedans here in this state, and the number 16, which is Hoskin, and that is Scotty Hoskin out of South Australia in that HQ Monaro, as I touched on earlier, guys. This car was just finished in April this year after a comprehensive rebuild down there at Simon Fitzner's workshop, and I got to say, it's rapidly becoming one of the favourite historic sports sedans.
Reminds me too, of course, of the Storm and Norman, with the Monaro that he ran, similar colour at one of his cars, and that was a great car. But this particular car on screen looks absolutely glorious in the flesh.
Absolutely, period livery. All the sponsors, which aren't handing over any coin, of course. That's just keeping it true to its era of racing. And I've got to say, it lends itself to a little bit more of the modern full chassis type of sports sedans. Not quite the full space frame type of outfit, but certainly absolutely, I would suggest probably better than when it raced back in its day in the National Series. It just is just glorious.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Darren. Some of these cars have had so much spit and polish.
There it is. That's the one we want to look at. Car number 41, Ian Baird, and he's chasing down Tony Hunter. He gives away about Hubbard. So he gives away about 3.5 litres on that one, but that is a magnificent little Datsun engine in that car, and it is like the car I was talking about there with Eddie Dobbs, where they would shim up the spark plug to make sure the electrode was pointing in the right direction to get all the right horsepower. It's an this is Barry Bray's first ever sports sedan, and we know here in Victoria Barry Bray has had mostly Datsun product. In fact, he has, except for this one, but it does have a Datsun engine in it, but gloriously restored by a group of mates. Ian, who drives it, Nino's ex-president of the Victorian Association. His mate Dino, who's flown down from Queensland here this weekend and regularly joins Nino's when he's running the car. Simon Fitzner was the one that put the impetus behind the restoration of it, and I think it's a Simon Fitzner out of Queensland that's in the logbook, so no one knows who that is. But and Barry Bray, of course, they all put this thing up on the hoist when they found it, literally in a farm somewhere in South Australia, which is where Barry hails from, and they restored it. It's just a beautiful yellow A30 racing car with massive guards on it.
Absolutely, and it's the thing with sports sedans, you found a car and you put big wide wheels on it and tricked up the suspension a bit, pulled the chassis apart a bit and shoehorned a bigger motor into it, and the thing would fly.
You can see this is a super sprint, so they're not actually racing for places, they're racing for times, but you can see how Ian drives it. He's driving it like it's a current spec sports sedan. To all intents and purposes, he's living the dream in sports sedans in an A30. And the really nice thing is about this, and you'll like this, Phil, and you'll probably like this as well as a second generation racer, Cadell, his old dad used to race an A30 as well. In the very beginning of sports sedans, when Chris Neal and Dark and all of our forefathers in sports sedans were putting it all together, Ian's dad raced the BMC product just like he's doing, and his great mate Simon Fitzner is just charging up behind him quite rude. They're going to fill the mirrors with 3 red cars, and he knows he'll move over. He won't give him everything. Oh, the old Milner
sideways
HB.
And that Charlie Milner. Now, Charlie used to run. Here we go. I'm on about hill climbs. Charlie Milner used to run in hill climbs in this car. I remember it when it first hit the track. Charlie was a mean charger and built a very good car, and look at the thing go.
How rude is that those 3 V8s just came charging past that magnificent little A30? But
absolutely.
We've got a lot to thank our forefathers for in this sports sedan category, and these were the cars that sort of started it off as we get this fantastic head-on shot here. That could be a modern sports sedan head-on shot. I'll encourage everyone to watch the live stream from Sandown in a couple of weeks' time. Cadell, where do you reckon you'll be? At the front of the field like Simon is there, or tucked in somewhere, or what's the expectation?
Ideally you'd want to be at the front, but we'll see what happens. See what happens, I suppose. See what sort of unfolds and everything. The car last time was pretty quick there, so yeah.
So it looks like the last lap board might be out as well, and at the moment the car that's had the fastest time around there is Simon Fitzner in the Mercedes with a 1 minute 29.07. So that's pretty quick. What sort of times do you reckon, Cadell?
Well, for one of these cars, there's nothing wrong with the 29. I mean, by any standards, there's nothing wrong with that.
Pretty slow
29.
compared to what you've been doing?
Yeah, some of the modern sports sedans now, I think the record here was a few years ago by Jordan Caruso. It was a 18.7, I think. So.
Oh, we've got a lot of smoke down here. I'm not too sure exactly what's happened there. Oh.
Yeah,
it looks like
it's Hubbard.
Yeah, Tony Hubbard. Looks like he's expired over on the backside of the track, heading up towards the. Looks like it's retirement corner over there.
Pull up right next to Graham Haddo's RX2. Let's have a look at the results for the Historic Sports Sedans sprint here for this weekend. Simon Fitzner takes the first blood with a 129.0. It's Carter in the 131. So that is in the Holden Tirana, the one we were just talking about. Jason Maros in third in the number 26 at 133, and he's in the ex-Clem Smith Charger. Tony Ross has done a brilliant job in the FJ. Went into the pits there initially and has come back out, and he's done a time good enough for fourth. Hoskin in fifth. Peter Fowler in the replica of the fastback VW. He's come in sixth. Edmonds in seventh place. That's Bevan Edmonds in the first of the Angliers in a 105E. Try and say that fast. As he gets in there. Woods next, another one in an FX there as well. Tony Hubbard, who's parked up, he got into the 10. The 53 of Nick Cresciti, the Chevy Coupe as well, got into the 10. Ian Baird in that awesome little A30, which we were watching out there as well. He's just got off the top 10 with a 146.01. Ernie Gorey is next to 146.2. 147 to Mark Sully. Mark Sully did head into the pits after 5 laps. I hope all is well. I really, really do, because he waited on the sides for some time to get that engine back together. Robert Forbes in the 95 Ford Capri next. Then it is the 78 of Damien Johnson, which didn't see Damien do too many laps out there, so that's a shame. That is a fantastic old Doug Clark Celica, really cool car. Love to get my hands on that. And Damien actually is the guardian of LJ Tirana as well, and it is just awesome. If Damien could run 2 cars in a weekend in sports sedans and bring both the Celica and the Tirana, I'd be much appreciated. See what you can do there. 1 driver in 2 cars for Damo. Rudolph and Graham Haddo parked it up pretty much quick smart there, and that is the Historic Sports Sedans for their first sprint for the weekend, and we will go into the Heritage Touring Cars and Invited. Their race number 2. Cadell, thank you so much, mate, for your time and your insight into being a current spec super athlete about to embark on a race-winning weekend at Sandown on the 22nd and 23rd of August.
Yep, thank you for having me.
So how do we come down and see you in the paddock at Sandown to get autographs and stuff?
We
mate?
want
Is that how we
to,
do it?
we got to get autographs off him, I think that's.
Thank you, Cadell. Thank you, Phil. We'll take a quick break. Still plenty of action to come trackside. MG and Invited British cars after the Heritage Touring Cars. Alfa Romeo Racing will have Steve Aarons and Mark Chris Fully up here for that. MOSPQRR and Formula V. Greg Smith and I think Phil will be joining us again for that, and then the Porsche 944s will round out with their race start at 5:30 tonight. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a minute. Heritage Touring Cars on track now and invited, so yeah, this does get a little bit of a mixture, but certainly Group A and Group C is what this is aimed at, and is always a terrific race. We saw earlier on this afternoon when we saw them go on track at 1:55, a tremendous race. I'm Darren Smith. Darren Knight has joined me right alongside for this one. DK, we get to this point of the day where coming out of turn 2 and pointing up the hill, if you've got one of those sandblasted screens, and I can guarantee you almost all of them have got a sandblasted screen, the sun at the level it is now and for the rest of the day until it sets is annoying.
It certainly has had a little bit of experience of that this morning, turning off onto the highway, so it is hanging quite low, so the sunnies will have to be procured, you would think.
Absolutely, and just watching the field walk around out of the pit lane and then move up to some speed, but we've got a rolling start, so let's get into this grid sheet. Elliot Barber did a tremendous job in that Group C RX-7 to hold out Chris Stillwell. In fact, he didn't even have to hold him out, he just raced all the way to the end of that race. The number 40 Commodore of Adrian Elsey did a terrific job there as well. In third place, Stephen Exisa, who's jumped up a spot or two, really did run a race pretty much by himself, but managed to get through on a couple of people. Trevor Schumack in the first of the Group A type cars there. He's got the number 45 BMW M3 Glenn Gerstle, Anthony Tenkat as well in the number 22 Trent Harrison in the Alfa, and the 77 Justin Nilsson in the Nissan car number 16 Don Dimitriadis, number 39 Dean Howe, Peter Zebras in the number 62 orange VK, and we look all the way back down through the field there and we see Ian Ross, who's actually had a gearbox change, gone from the more race prep gearbox to a sort of a Super T10, which is a nice gearbox but not quite the spec, but they've had to work pretty hard in the last couple of hours there, Daz, to get that car on track.
Well, let's hope Ian keeps going, because that is the poster car for this meeting this year, of course. Ian Ross, that's the ex-Mike Imrie XD Falcon. Had quite a small competition life, and as you can see, there's no sponsors on the car. Mike basically funded that car himself, and it sat for many, many years after Group A took over, and it's great to see one of the lesser known cars out on the track and the sole representative of an XD Falcon out there this weekend, so hopefully Ian has a much better run in race 2.
And we're racing, it's a rolling start for these guys. Stillwell holds the field out, Barber just left wondering there in the trying to get the revs up into the little RX-7. That's the secret with the rotary, you've got to have the revs up. If you're caught out in the wrong gear on a rolling start, A 4-cylinder turbo Cozzy right next to you will eat you up and will punish you for it. Exisa has commanded authority into P2, so his push to the front of the field has certainly taken some impotence there as well. But have a look at Stillwell. He drives away nicely there indeed. The guy from Logic Car, and he is driving this Caltex liveried car very, very nicely. Up the inside, big look there by Elliot Barber.
Did this move in race 1, drove right around the outside of Steve Exisa. Almost a carbon copy of that move on Adrian Alisi this morning. So great drive from Elliot Barber, now up into second place. So, and now putting the pressure immediately on Chris Stillwell. So really close at the front. Exisa a good first part of this lap. He leapfrogged Adrian Alisi, the man that started right up the front as well.
There it is, you can see the silhouettes of this car. Elliott looking left and right on Stillwell, but Stillwell just holding his line. Ultimately will have the pace there. Up the inside goes Alisi now, so Exisa getting the short back and sides from a RX-7 and a like-minded Commodore racer. He's not letting go, and good on him, because you've got a Group A versus a Group C car here, and they are pushing very, very hard. Two Commodores side by side with each other. There goes Stillwell. Tips it into turn 1, up on the ripple strips, upsets the car's dynamics in doing it too, so will he be punished? Will Elliot Barber punish him for that little indiscretion there? He's right with him now, Daz.
Into the old turn 2, look at the title line, the RX-7 is able to utilise chasing down that Sierra.
Oh, gee, the Sierra gets away well. That is exactly what these cars did, didn't they? We're talking in Group A and Group C, so these cars really didn't race each other. Up the inside, slams the door shut. Thank you very much, the Yellow Pages. Chucks one out the window and says, there you go. You can have your weight penalty back. I don't need that anymore. Boy, something that, if you were 25, you wouldn't know what a Yellow Pages is, Daz.
We might have to explain that tomorrow for our younger viewers, in fact.
I just realised that. Let your fingers do the walking. I guess that's what you do now, but you're on the Google machine.
We have to clarify that, I think, too, to clean that up a bit tomorrow. We'll explain what the Yellow Pages is. Look at the turn-in from Barber, though. What that car is handling like a peach. Just went straight under the Caltex Sierra of Chris Stillwell, immaculately prepared motor car as well. So can the Turbo Ford fight back versus the diminutive 13B rotary-powered RX-7?
I'll tell you what, if you're looking for some good reading, just have a look around, see if you can find the machinations about how an RX-7 sports car got available to run in the Australian Touring Car Championship. You can spend days and days and days reading the legal papers that Alan Moffat presented to make sure that you could run these cars, and thank goodness he did, because they've stayed alive in the Australian motorsport landscape for a very long time, particularly the likes of club cars and improved production, where there was lots of these little cars, and most of them ended up being raced at some point.
Certainly did, and there's allegations, and I must say allegations, that the rear seat material was a bit thinner than what it came out of the Mazda factory, which allowed the minimum internal dimensions that the cabin of the RX-7 had to classify it as a touring car.
It was certainly, that was the sort of language that was used, wasn't it? It was absolutely bizarre. There was always a seat in the back, and if you're a little kid, they were quite comfortable. I remember myself having to sit in the back of one of them, but you wouldn't want to do the long trip interstate. But tell you what, though, he's driving away with it, is Elliot Barber, whether the nuances of an RX-7 that was battled over in the early 80s there, and it found a happy home. I remember the Peter Stuyvesant cars, two of them, and it was Hansford and Moffat in the Sandown 500, and for every lap they went past the entire grandstand, booed both those cars. It united Ford and Holden fans as they just stood up and went, what is this screaming terror going through? And he was leading the race too, so it was just like, you cannot beat our homegrown Fords and Holdens. In the end it didn't, but certainly the fans let them know.
Touring Car Championship winner, of course, in '83, but unfortunately just never quite got the job done at Bathurst. That big mountain course really played into the hands of the V8s and the turbos later on. So the RX-7, very nimble machine, but just couldn't quite get the job done at Bathurst. Very much a close run thing. But sensational to have an example of this racing with us in Heritage Touring Cars. And as I mentioned this morning, this car is for sale, folks.
Absolutely is. Stillwell dancing around the back there. Here is Pete Zibris, and this is a car steeped in history. And what I like about this is that this ran in the gold bullion livery, and the interior of the car is still in that same that paint. And you can pick it up as it's going around the track. You can see the cage is gold.
Certainly is. That's the same Peter Zibris, and of course the V8 Supercar team owner, Premier Racing. He is a real motorhead, I guess the Yanks call him. Of course, a champion drag racer, but now has taken to circuit racing the last couple of years with his small collection of very historic cars, and it's great to see him out here in that ex-Bob Jane racing machine. As Darren mentioned, raced in New Zealand in the gold bullion livery, and then came out to Australia, driven by the great Graham Crosby, that famous Kiwi bike racer, 350 world champion, I think he was back in the late 70s. So, and also a great character as well, Graham Crosby. And it's great to have an example of the VK Group A machine out there.
Yeah, and Peter's done a very, very meticulous restoration on this car, so it is true to it. There's been a couple of things as parts are no longer available they've had to make just to get the car out there, but it really is a snapshot of what you can do across the Tasman to get an Australian sponsor and a New Zealand driver. And as I said, the thing I like the most is that they haven't messed around with that gold cage. You can pick it up nicely in the sun as it comes on the straight. Pete comes up the hill. Interesting you touch on, Darren, the top fueler career of this guy. He was the fastest guy in Australia not that long ago, only about 18 months ago, down the quarter mile. And, supercar team owner, and he's doing it himself. So he's a guy that backs his own ability. He's obviously got a couple of pro races doing it for him in the big time here in Australian motorsport, but any given weekend he can roll out a methanol thumping top fueler and take it to anyone.
It certainly can. Steve Axisa on screen. Here's Peter Abood in another Commodore. That is the VL model, so the last of the carburetted Commodore touring car races. Of course, the Walkinshaw replaced this model with the fuel injection and that wild body kit developed by Tom Walkinshaw Racing in England. So Pete running the last of the carby-fed models, and that's a car that was run in Western Australia.
We can't be too far away from the checkered flag dropping on the Yellow Pages RX-7, and it has done, in fact, only just a couple of seconds ago. So Elliot Barber takes race number 2, Daz, and the price tag on that car, it's growing in value each time he wins another race, isn't it?
Possibly. Could very well be. Good drive from Chris Stilwell in the Ford Sierra. Second place in front of Adrian Alisi. Another solid run in the VL Walkinshaw. Steve Axisa was 4th. Trevor Schumacher in the BMW Super Tourer was 5th. Anthony Tincade was 6th in the Group C Commodore, followed by Glenn Gerstle. David Toe, after his issues in race 1, he's logged an 8th. So potential brake problems perhaps still hampering David. Don Dimitriadis next. Lansvale Smash Repairs VL Walkinshaw was 9th, and Justin Nilsson rounded out the top 10 in the Nissan Pulsar Exa Turbo.
Well, thank you very much, Darren Knight, and of course all of the Equity One Heritage Touring Car races out there, and we now go into a full program of races. 4 more races to go. Daz, thank you for your time right throughout today. Really appreciate it, and we'll have you back on track again tomorrow for what is it, a 9:15 start for Group N's.
And that will be the first race for Group N historic touring cars of the weekend. Of course, we saw the qualifying session that replaced the first race earlier in the program today, so make sure if you can't be here at Winton Motor Raceway, you dial into the V8 Sleuth YouTube channel, 9:15 a.m. for the first race for the historic touring cars.
Thank you very much, Darren Knight. Again, we'll take a quick break because we've got coming out some awesome MG and invited British touring cars. And keep an eye on these cars because their rules have been freed up a little bit to allow many more cars in for season 2026. Back in just a couple of moments. Emma Dean will jump alongside with me for the MGs. Back in a moment. Welcome back trackside here. Plenty of racing still to go on the Saturday of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. A big thanks to our big partners here this weekend: Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, and Equity One My Race Lab. You want to improve your lap times, get on with them. Premier Hire, check them out as well. And we are about to jump away with the MG and invited British cars. Some pretty serious equipment out there on track. Damien Meyer out of New South Wales has dislodged Phil Chester and Simon Elliott, who have pretty much held on to that front couple of spots on the grid from some time. But it's great to see a national presence here in the MG and invited British cars, because this is almost Johnny Makem, the guy who is the racing captain for the MG Car Club here in Victoria, is so happy that they've got cars from South Australia, from New South Wales, Queensland, the ACT, and of course Victoria. So they're super proud of what they present here, and this is going to be a ripping race. Damien Meyer there is he's certainly the interloper amongst this field. The MG Midget, it's a 1963 car, 1500cc, or 1460 to be exact, and he is taking on a guy that sits right next to him on the grid, Phil Chester, multiple lap record, multiple championship winning MGB GT V8, the Monty Power entry, car number 72, 5.6 litre, and it is an absolute beast. So 1.46 litres versus, what did I say? 5.6 litres. So we'll see how that plays out around the tight confines, or as Dick Johnson said, racing around the clothesline here at Winton Motor Raceway. Now, Dick Johnson was disrespectful with that, and we're going to have to castigate him for that. So there'll be no more of that. Emma Dean has joined me right alongside, and she's got the grid sheet in her hand ready to run down the rest of the field. Simon Elliott in the number 55, Braden Taylor. Keith Thundarchi, number 40, in the Stag. I'll be barracking for number 40, Michael Trathen in number 1. Here is a 1100cc midget that takes it up to these beasts. Car 1, you don't get that because you're not the champion. You are the champion, and he's done it multiple times. Tony Vollebrecht is next, Donald Bartley, Scott Farquharson, Jack Cousins from the ACT, Gordon Bunyan there in the number 78, the Victorian, Jason Edwards, Johnny Makem down there in 13th in the Bennett Signs entry, and we are away. Phil Chester walks the MGB GTVA off the line there, grabs second gear, puts a number 11 down the main straight there on Winton and tips it into turn 1. Beautifully done there, but have a look at the New South Welshman, Damien Meyer, in the twisty bits, serves it up the inside, sends the message straight away, and there's Keith Thundarchi in the Stag, number 43 coming through there, Don Bartley, and little Sprite there as well. So great mix. We didn't get right down through the grid there, but we've got Kayleen Little Chester and Maddie Chester in those MGFs. And they've got that great little livery which we saw in the Cars movie, the Rusty's product on the side, the fictional sponsor on the side of those cars. But I tell you what, Phil Chester is going to be absolutely pushing hard to try and make anything in this lead of Damien Meyer.
Damien just went, not happening today. And can steer, by the way. My goodness, the way Damien's positioning that MG, just phenomenal. There's such a great mix of cars out there today, Darren, and all from 1100 up into a 6 litre, that beautiful E-Type V12 Jag out there.
Well, we didn't quite get down through the grid at the in the preamble here, because at the moment we're just being, I'm going to say frankly, amazed by car number 13 and Damien Meyer, who's doing a tremendous job there. Phil will be looking at the back of that car going, hang on a minute, so where's that getting off to? And here comes a plethora of, you'd have to say, lesser powered cars, but lightweight. The number 40 of down there of Keith Thundarchi is not the lightweight version, that is a Stag. And of course that's in your invited British. Have a look at this car number 13, Damien Meyer, just steering it through there. It's just a little bit faster than our Victorian number 1 car of Michael Trathen, enough for it to be clearly out in front here. I got to wonder if Phil Chester's just giving him his moment in the sun, because let's be honest here, the sun is setting, so give him that moment. But Phil's going to have to respond big time to this challenge that is going to be sitting out in front of him. But last year, Simon Elliott actually won this particular race over Michael Trathen. So there's the 43 gone off there as well. So just making his way back onto track. Don Bartley started out of 8th actually, and ultimately he was just in 7th place before he went off. We've got a safety car. Not sure what indiscretion has occurred or where a car has been parked up, but our leader clearly hasn't seen that safety car board yet, because he is just driving away. May have just realised and backed off now, because still pressing on. A time certain race there, it is confirmed. Safety car has made its way out on track. The Racer Industries safety car out on track now, and that will be a surprise to our race leader. And this is when you head off and you've got yourself nearly a 3-second lead in the first 2 laps. You don't want to see a safety car.
No, you don't. But also, car 13, Damien Meyer can drive, and he's here to win. The guy's insane. And I heard from someone, and it's second-hand, that in a kart, he's faster than Mark Webber.
Wow, okay. Well, that's... we hear these little tidbits every now and again, don't we?
Very believable watching his form out here right now. Obviously frustrated.
And you can see why he's chosen that car, because he's quick in a kart. There's not much removed from what he's racing here today in that MG, between that and a kart. So the number 13 being an MG midget, 1963, yes, 1963. 1460 cc's. There's a magnificent little bug-eye, number 27, brave number, Warren Holtz, very brave number, Austin Healy Sprite. I say brave number because Casey Stoner and Alan Jones used that number to win world championships, and I like to point that out to those that are brave enough to run number 27.
Yeah, but unlike the Chester girls, the bug-eyed Sprite is happy to be here, and the grill tells you so.
That's right.
It doesn't need a decal on the front of it.
It's smiling.
It's such a sweet car.
Talking about those, the Chester girls in their MGFs, they're just coming up the past the old pit straight, up to turns 3 and 4, and great little cars there that Phil's got. Phil is, of course, currently sitting second in this race, and got his 2 daughters into racing. And well done, Phil. Good one. Family that races together stays together nicely, but they are certainly out there, and as we expect, as we've seen at Sandown, there's the sisters. There's the 71, that's Kayleen, and there's her sister Maddie in the number 73.
Looks like we've had a withdrawal of that Jag and a couple of other cars too, Darren. They haven't been out on track, so I'm not sure what's going on.
I'm not actually sure why we've got a safety car either. I can't pick up anywhere around the track that there seems to be any sort of recoveries or anything like that. It must be, seriously, because we can see all the track here, it must be at turn 12. Safety car board has been removed, so we've lost 1 lap. That's great work by the trackside people here. Of course, David Vernell, our clerk of course, has briefed the officials very, very well here this weekend and gave them his expectations of tidying up. And with a program like we have here, I've never seen a program quite as packed as what we have here for the Winton Festival Speed. A very brave undertaking for the Victorian Historic Racing Register and the organisers of this event. And of course, David is the clerk, of course, leads the official team. And there he goes, stamping his authority in the V8. But wow. The 1400cc 4-cylinder just gets right back up the inside, and Phil's not going to let him get away, and might be taken out of your hands here, Phil. He might just cruise on away in the number 13.
I'm rubbing my eyes, Darren. I can't believe what I'm seeing. That Damien just charged right past Phil. Like nothing. Nothing.
And I understand why, Emma, because we're so used to in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships see Phil Chester play with his fellow competitors. Now he's the one that's chasing. He's the one that's got the carrot dangled in front of him and has to respond.
I am such a new fan of these midgets, honestly. The placement that Damien's got is phenomenal. Like, his steering's fantastic, but the handling on these things and the late braking, it's just fantastic. I mean, I know they're light, but they're comparatively low in capacity.
Yeah, they are, and they use their strength very well. We'll watch here as the 5.6 litre V8 of Phil Chester puts the pedal to the metal. Does he close the gap? No, because you get to the corner and this guy goes down 1 gear and Phil has to go down 2. and streams the thing through the corner. So on a restart, let's see what the true rolling restart gap will be between the number 13 of Meyer and 72 of Phil Chester. Getting a look back down through the field here. I want to keep an eye on that gap because he's coming towards the line now, and Phil's gained on him. It's 0.8 of a second. So yes, power out of the last corner certainly comes into Phil Chester's Monty Power realm. But getting through turns 1 and 2, that Meyer car is absolutely immense in every way. Taylor is the next one on the road there, car number 19, Braden Taylor, and another New South Wales racer. Great to see this national type of thing taking off. Mike Trathen next. Keith Ondarchi. We haven't seen a lot of Keith racing in Victoria this year, but it is fantastic to see the number 40 Stag back out there. And he's a true Stag racer too. He's very, very proud of his Triumph. And the whole family, in fact, own Triumphs. And sadly, we haven't got the whole family here this weekend. I bet you they're at the track, but the other two race cars, his daughter is particularly an avid Stag fan as well. So they all have a Stag in the shed or a TR of some description, but he's currently sitting down there in 5th place. If this was Phillip Island, the Stag would be certainly clear because he's got a lovely amount of horsepower on board that car. That's a 5-litre Stag there as well, and he's trying to chase down Taylor at the moment for that 3rd place in this race. Braden Trailer in the MD Midget.
Well, Trathen and Ondarchi and Taylor are definitely the ones to watch, but we've had a safety car and Damien's already put a 10-second gap between him and 3rd.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, the place that Phil is keeping the gap back to just on 1 second is on the pit straight because he gets to turn 1 and 2.
He's got that torque.
Yeah, and just gets out of the corner nicely. But this number 13, if he's beating Mark Webber in a go-kart lap times, you can see why he's chosen this car. It's, for all intents and purposes, as close as you can get, and he throws it into the sweeper with absolute abandon.
Apparently at Phillip Island, Damien does not lift going into turn 1. So this car can be thrown into corners fast, they can do the late braking. It's just such a capable car.
There goes Johnny Makem in the Bennett Signs entry. He's across the line for 10th. Selig is next, and it's Murphy, Brankstone, and we round out the top 13 at that point. There goes Hank Waterveen, Dunford, Bartley, Kaylin Chester gets across the line. We've lost a couple there. It's Giles as well in the number 88, Ewan in the Austin Healey Sprite, and we're getting a good look now at the Stag and what is going on with Keith Ondarchi. Simon Elliott, I don't think took the start of this race, certainly haven't seen it. There goes the Stevenson car, which is a magnificent looking outfit. Murray Stevenson, the MG ZS 180. Oh, he's a couple of like-minded competitors, isn't it? Mike Trathen,
Yes.
getting racy with it, so that's the couple of midgets. And Trathen to the outside, gathers it all back. There's a Sprite, and holding off a Stag. And the 48 going through there, that's Tony Vollebrecht. He's synonymous with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and MG Racing, currently sitting 7th on the road. So you look at that you capture that little part of the field. So car number 27, an Austin Healey Sprite. 40 is the Stag. Vollebrecht is the MG ZR. Completely different iterations on a brand, and they're all doing very, very similar lap times, making their speed completely differently to each other.
Absolutely, and I'm so delighted to see the Sprites out on track. My dad had one when he was still living in the UK, and it was no match for the weather out there. I think he put his foot through the wooden floor at some stage, but it's lovely to see them out on track and being competitive.
Still, we've just ticked over the time certain finish for this, so I dare say we're not too far away from getting a checkered flag. In fact, our leaders are coming around the top part of the track. 1 or 2 more corners left to go. We'll see if we can pick up with those guys. Damien Meyer leads. We've got a spinner off here. That's the 84 heading off the track. That's Stephen Brankstone in the TR6. Checkered flag. Meyer takes the win in the end, 0.7 of a second. So Phil Chester didn't give up. He wasn't going to be dominated by Damien Meyer. But I tell you what, he's got some work to do. Phil Chester, what a ripping lap in the end there, a 131.40. I think that is a lap record. It is, and they've done it really nicely. The lap record was Simon Elliott at 133.48 from 2024. Phil Chester on the second last lap, if he can do 131.40s all day tomorrow, he'll do all right, because Damien Meyer, he did a 131.54. Just about lost my voice then getting it.
Yeah, but you're talking about a 1.4 litre taking it to a 5.6 litre.
Yeah.
That's insane. Oh, such great racing. Thank you to the MG gods. What a brilliant race.
Good to see the MG and invited British cars go racing. Let's see how the other places fell. Of course, Mike Trathen came third in car number 1, looking after his points lead in the championship. It's Taylor Tohotz. Ondaatje in the end, who started out of P5, eventually got home in 6th, and it was Hotz that got through there on him, so that's a good charge there. So Keith Ondaatje ultimately home in 6th. Tony Vollebrecht to the 78 there of Gordon Bunyan, so he gets through in the TR. And then it's Edwards, Johnny Makem home in the midget there, the number 33. That's a very cool part of going to the racetrack, is watching Johnny Makem get in and out of the midget. That's I take great joy in that. I'll catch up with him later on. He'll put me in the headlock and give me a scone for being rude. But
absolutely, as you should.
A great bloke, works hard for the club. Selig, Murphy, Bartley, Hanks Waterveen in 14th in the 36. Then we have the 83 getting home there as well, doing a tremendous job, and that is Dunford. Kayleen Chester home in 16. Goodwin, Brankston, Matty Chester just rounding out the 20 there. And that is the MG and invited British racing cars for today. We have got Alfa Romeo racing cars on track in just a couple of moments. I believe we're being joined by Steve Aarons and Mark Christopher Lee for the commentary on the Alphas. Back in a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. We've got some awesome sponsors that have been helping us right through this event. Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts and Equity One, Premier Hire all make up the major sponsor components of this weekend. Of course, we have got we've had the MG and invited British cars. We have got the ones from the other side of the Mediterranean. Now the Alfa Romeo racing guys. We've got Steve Aarons, who's going to represent the Victorians, Mark Christopher, who's going to represent the New South Welshmen, and we're going to have a State of Origins. No, we're not. We're going to have a great Alpha community race here, where some New South Wales racers have come here to this fantastic festival of speed, as they did last year, Mark, and everyone seemed to have a good time, and they come back again this year.
Yeah, we certainly did. We absolutely love coming here, and it's put on a great event here.
And Steve, we've got to talk about these front 3 rows of the grid, mate. All New South Welshmen. We'll get through the grid. Dave Picaro will be on pole position. Mark Gatto in position number 2. Mick Aarons must be a relation, mate. He's the Victorian. He's done you proud. He's done a good job to get on the second row of the grid, eh?
Yeah, Mick, he's always a front runner here. Been coming here for 20 years. His car is quite underpowered compared to the other front runners, but he makes it work. He really hasn't changed the car in the last, I'd say, 15 years. He's just learned to drive around it. He definitely gives them a run for their money. one day soon he probably needs a bit more power, but we'll see how that goes.
Cross that bridge when it happens. Hey, let's get through this grid sheet. Michael Mustamecki, synonymous with Veloce Racing out of New South Wales. Simon Grierson, Alfio Mustamecki there as well. Carmelo Mirabella, John Floyd, Anthony Amati, James Ashby, Bill Magaffin out of New South Wales as well. Andrew Wilson, a Queenslander. I should have mentioned James Ashby out of South Australia. This is kind of like a Nationals, isn't it, guys? Very much
Certainly
cars coming from all over. Dale Ashbury, Peter Tillett, Matt Kaziza, Urs Mueller, Nigel Catchlove, David McKee, Robert McKee, Raymond Pignataro, Bradley Wilson, John Burkhart, Evan Botcher, Richard McKee, Ciara Sperandiri and Rick Magaffin rounding out our field. Look, we'll get this race underway, guys, and then I want to drill down a little bit on the classes amongst this field. So we will cast our eyes to the start-finish line. The 5-second board, I think that has gone up. And the rev rises, revs rise, the 11 gets a beautiful bit of clutch take up there, but have a look off the second row.
Look at
the
Mick
grid. Mick Aaron's the Victorian, trying to save an entire state. Good luck there with our current political scene. You've got a big... He hangs onto it.
Oh, no.
Oh, that got nasty. That got nasty, and no one really hit anyone. But that was an enthusiastic start to the race there by Mick Aarons. He charged down into turn one. We've now got debris all over the track here, but the field manages to get through. And I'm going to say, gents, I'll cast it over to you. No one hit anyone, not hard anyway.
No, that was very unlike Mick. That sort of start, a little bit wild.
Cold tyres.
Cold tyres. I guess it's been a long break between quali to the race.
Mark, have a look at this guy, number 15, out in front.
Dave.
The guy that sat on pole, Dave Capiro.
Yeah, Dave Capraro's been racing for many years, and a lot of his old cars are actually on the field at the moment, so he brings a lot to the sport. We really appreciate that, and he certainly pushes the development button all the time.
Now, we've got a really good race here, and one of the things that is really encouraging for this category, and I'm going to say it's very similar with the MG cars that were just on track before. There's a number of different categories, which represent, I'm going to say, some technology differences and different bits and pieces, and it's all about everyone having a really good race, because my experience with Alfa Racing is that there's the front group, there's a middle group, and there's all the rest sort of thing, but they're all racing for something.
Yeah, that's it. So I normally compete in Twin Spark Cup, which is one of the, the bigger classes currently in the Alfa Racing. But I believe there is 11 cars out there today. It's tight, competitive racing, great fun. All the cars are very standard, very minimal modifications allowed, which obviously allows for very close racing. It all comes down to driver skill, more so than how much money you can pour into your car.
Some great racing going on. So what cars are we talking about that are currently competing for the Twin Spark Cup? Where are we looking in the field to see that?
So we're looking at, on screen now, we're looking midfield, 147s, 156s. There is also I believe a GDV running around the back. So these are all very identically spec'd cars.
So anything you see with a T on the windscreen under the number, that represents a Twin Spark Cup class.
Okay, so we can pick it up when they're heading towards us. So let's look at the first couple of cars in this race: Capiro, Grierson, Mirabella, Meghetto. What class are they sitting in?
That's Class A, so that's an invited class with modifications, and you'll see that because it represents an A underneath their number on the front right hand or driver passenger side windscreen. A lot of those cars are usually 4-cylinder turbo or V6. David Capraro is currently running a 1.4 litre turbo in that car.
Alfia Mustamecki there, just getting past down into turn 10, and that car there, car number 94, Bill Magaffin. So a couple of names really synonymous with New South Wales type of Alfa Romeo racing. Of course, as I mentioned, these cars are coming from all over the country, so their strengths, the strong cars are coming from various different states here this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly are. continuing on from the classes, if I may, the other class you'll see is Group S class. So they're predominantly 105 Alfa Romeos or 116 series cars. So they're the older cars, anything from 60s to late 70s.
I've got to say, I love a 105.
Oh, so do I. Absolutely.
They are a beautiful race car, aren't they?
And they are expensive.
Yes.
So there's one right on screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Andrew Wilson from Queensland. Beautiful car, absolutely gorgeous.
Car number 53 currently sitting in position number 12. They really do, and I'll hark back to my childhood, and Alfa Julius Super was what my dad had. Sadly, the ugly duckling, but what a great car.
I actually quite like them.
Yeah,
beautiful car.
They were called the ugly duckling, though, the Alfa Romeo world. But as a family car, you know, the four-car saloon type of thing, and he wanted an Alfa. That was the way he went, but I guess that car, that blue one right there we're looking at now, that is the shape of an Alfa that I guess most people, when they think of an Alfa Romeo, they think of that GTV type of shape, don't they?
Yes, they certainly do. They come in many variants, so either a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder, and an absolutely beautiful silhouette, aren't they?
Hey, Phil, do you think you can try and pick up on the leaders? So Caparo in the number 15. Number 15 leading the race there, and it's to Grierson, Bagetto, Mirabella, and we've got 5 minutes remaining here. So in the true sprint race fashion, it goes very, very quickly, and these cars are absolutely churning it around. To give you an idea, the lap times we're seeing Caparo, a 138.12, Grierson a 140. Gatto has actually done out of third place on lap number 2 of the race, a 137.47. So I guess we're trying to find, Steve, we want to try and find your brother out there somewhere where he's popped up.
I believe he's
18th.
18th, yeah. It's after that incident, it's a bit of a hard recovery for him.
Yes, it is. When you end up facing the wrong direction exiting turn 2, you've got a bit of work to do.
No.
Here's our race leader, guys. Give us a bit of an idea. This is clearly a modern take on an Alfa Romeo.
It certainly is. We do have a class for the modern class. It's called Nuovo, which in Italian means new.
Yeah.
However, because this is heavily modified, it's in Class A. So it's a 1.4 litre turbo. What a great bit of driving there by Simon Grierson around the outside. So David's car, the little Alfa Mito, which shares a lot with the Fiat Abarth 595.
Okay. Yep.
Very similar running gear.
Yep. Well, this is a great battle we're watching now coming across the line. There's our race leader, but the battle for second place is the true battle going on track, isn't it? Grierson and Bagetto. Only 3.5 minutes left remaining in this, but Caparo's done it. Here it is. Here's this battle into the shadows, sun in their eyes. And those guys really battling it out. The 777 emblazoned down the side. Simon started out of 5th place, so what a great run. And Mark, of course, started on the front row of the grid.
Yeah. So here you've got two totally different, same cars but running different engine configurations. Simon in the front car is running a 3.2 litre quad cam V6, and Mark Bagetto is running a 2 litre twin spark turbo in that car. So again, they both achieve their lap times differently around the circuit, so that's why it makes for some great racing. And you can see a move trying to get done now.
Of course, here in Victoria, turbo Alfa Romeos, particularly someone with my heritage, immediately Dominic Beninka springs to mind. That thing was a jet turbo Alfa Romeo.
Certainly was.
So this is part of the, I guess, the appeal to our category. You have such a massive variety in cars all racing together, between a 1.4 turbo, a 2 litre turbo, a 3.2 V6, a 3 litre V6. There's such a variety of options in order to come racing, which not a huge amount of categories have that.
I feel the car's just coming around the water tower until a bit of the track and 5 or 6 cars battling it out. I reckon we can get a bit of that battle. So this is second place, still going on. We've got a minute and a half left in this. There's some, as you touch on, as you were touching on there, Steve, there is some great battles around the track here, and we're just picking up on a couple of these ones as they start to work their way around the track here. Where are we looking here with these two cars?
Looks like we're going down the back straight, about to go onto the long track extension. So yeah, you can see there's I believe there's a group of twin sparks there.
Big battle pack here midfield, and certainly in that setting sun makes it difficult to pick them out there, guys. Who is this group? This is Twin Spark, you're saying?
There's a couple of cars there. There's Twin Sparks and also a under 2 litre cars there. They're all mixed up, so again, achieving speed, there's lap times differently, but they're all in the mix there.
Cars coming up again in the sun there. You can see the guys straight inside their helmets there, inside the visor, as they come across that those long, the hoarding stuff, in those long shadows on the track there, and it starts to lose its temperature. And this is a really good group battling it out. Car number 84 or 64 there, Muller, Wilson, Tillett, and the Ashby. And those guys are fighting it out for 13th through to 18th. And this is it. These guys will all jump out. They'll have had a great afternoon in the setting sun around Winton Motor Raceway.
And yeah, that is, again, a great thing about the category. It doesn't matter where you're running on the field. You might not even be battling with your class, but you'll still always have someone to race with. It is a great community to be a part of.
So we've gone full time now, and we've got a retirement just on the inside of...
Looks like Simon
Grierson maybe parking it up inside the sweeper there, making it almost to the end, but we've gone time certain, so we're looking for our race leader now, David Caparo, to head off to the checkered flag. In fact, has done. They've received the checkered flag. Ricardo, Grierson, Mirabella round out the 4. Amati Misameki of the Michael variety, who started out of 4th and has gone back to 6th. Then it is Tony, back to Bill Magafin, Ashby, and then we have Mick Aarons, who's fought his way back up inside the 10. Lucky to get back into the top 10. Floyd, Wilson, Muller, Tillett, Ashby, Wilson, McKee, Pignataro, Kazara, Catchlove, and McKee. That rounds out Pignataro, Kazara, and Catchlove rounds out our top 20 in the first race for the weekend for the Alfa Romeo Racing. Of course, we've got them again twice tomorrow, 11:55 and 4:45. So pretty much the same track the guys will see tomorrow. So I'll be able to make the adjustments to the. I guess as this cooler night air starts to come in, we'll present plenty of challenges. And I think I've called it early, but certainly the names had the green dot next to them last lap around. Number 7 has gone into the sand trap there, and that is Rob McKee in the IS Cup Twin Spark Romeo Twin Spark Cup entry, and they come to the line one more time. So we'll confirm it. Capraro, Bagetto, Mirabella, Amante, Musameki, Tony Musameki, Bill Magafin, Ashby, Aarons, and well, lucky went another lap there, Steve, because now he got 9th. So well and truly inside the top 10.
I believe this battle's still going on here.
Yeah, still coming to the line there. So timing screen lit up green as far as what we were watching here, but clearly the race is still continuing. These guys are having a ding-dong battle. There it is now. I think we've got a result. Completed that one. Checkered flag has dropped, so confusion reigns here. Sorry about that, guys.
That was a bonus lap.
It was a bonus lap, absolutely. The race went an extra 3 minutes longer, so good luck for some, and just shows that everyone was offered their fuel calculations because they've managed to get another 2 laps, haven't they? Hey, everyone's although all starting to slow down or stop on their warm down lap, eh? So congratulations to the Alfa Romeo Racing fraternity for fronting up with cars from all these, I'm going to say, eastern seaboard states, including South Australia, right?
Yes, it certainly is. Great day.
Now, what goes on now down in the Alpha pits? Is everyone helping each other, or is it secret squirrel stuff and everyone pulls the garage doors around?
No, it's a very open community. There'll be a lot of banter, to say the least, and eventually people will then look at their cars.
And I don't want to be stereotypical, but at some point there's got to be some grappa, hey?
Absolutely. That'll be later this evening.
Of course, I hope so. It wouldn't be Italian racing, at least after we leave the track.
Correct.
The party starts. Hey guys, thank you so much, Steve Aarons and Mark Christopherly, for helping us out with the nuances around the Alfa Romeo racing. And as I said, tomorrow 11:55 and 4:45 for you guys for 2 more races.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, gents.
Thank you for having us.
We'll take another break here because we've still got 2 events to go. M&O, SPRA, Q&R and Formula V out on track for their time certain 16-minute race, and then we'll round out the day. And I'm going to say, don't leave the track because the 944s from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship are absolute rippers. And in the V8 Sleuth podcast leading into this weekend, where the sleuth himself and Mark Walker referred to them as the HQs of Germany. So that lays it out for you, what we're about to see for the closing race today. But M&O, Q, PQ, SRA, and all of that coming out on track in just a couple of moments. There it is for those watching on at home. We've ticked off all the boxes. Still 2 to go, and that will round out the opening day of the VHRR Winton Festival of Speed for 2025. A quick break. We'll be back with more race cars on track. It's been a ripping opening day of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed here at the Winton Motor Raceway. We have still got 2 fantastic races coming your way. If you like your stuff classic, we've held the second last race just for you. We're looking at some amazing pieces of history and kit, names like Kaditchas, Spectre, Brabhams, Renmax, Elfins, Cheetahs, Rolts, and the list goes on. The Noraks out there as well. Elfin 500s, different bits and pieces of awesome motor racing history about to make their way out on track. And we're looking forward to a fantastic about 14 minutes of racing, and really enjoying what today has held. We've got a full-on day tomorrow. Of course, first cars on track will be Regularity at 8:30, and we go right through to the Porsche 944s at 5:30. In fact, the Porsches will be the curtain closers here today as well. And I'm going to suggest hang around for it because they are absolute fearsome races and very, very cool to watch. But I'm going to say some of these cars we're about to see out on track here, you don't get to see very often, and it is great that they keep these cars wheeling around. Greg Smith and Phil Memory have joined me again here in the commentary booth, and it's great to have such a couple of experienced motorsport heads to do this sort of category, and you guys can certainly throw a bit of light on all of, or not all of them, but a lot of these cars and the history. Phil, we'll have a look down through the grid sheet. I know you want to talk about the guy sitting on the pole.
Malcolm Osler, well, what a name. Like Formula Ford champion in Australia, goes overseas, ends up being head of engineering for probably more than one Formula One team whilst he's over there. Has come back to Australia, retired, has won an Australian Hill Climb Championship or 2, I think, and is just at the pointy end of the field in the Bolt RT1. Malcolm Osler, what an absolute individual. Great guy to talk to. And he's, as I say, he's a hill climber, so he'll make a blinder of a start. But sitting beside him in grid position 2 is another hill climber. Now, Alan has, he's the son of a hill climber, Ron Foley, and he's been competing in hill climbs for quite a while, but he's recently sort of taken up this circuit racing thing as a bit of a new gig. he's also usually a pretty good starter. However, at the last meeting, I put the Moz on him. Every single start, he muffed it.
So the Kiditcha PC84 F2 is what we're talking about. So great piece of kit. Car number 1, Nigel Hook, is another Kiditcha F2 82. So 1600 power plant there. Mark Belmorbida as well, a very famous Melbourne family. Great to see them back, but in nothing other than a Brabham BT23C. And that sort of race car is just magnificent to have. Sir Jack's design of cars with the team he had behind him. You know, there's some people locally in this part of the woods, and I think of Hood Gibson, and I think of those sort of people that were definitely in the background of the Brabham side of motorsport in that respect. Kevin West comes up next in the number 75, and that's the Norax C2. Then we go to David Crabtree, Rowan Little. Connor Ryan now is in this one as well. We saw Connor earlier.
Yeah, Connor, great competitor, and in front of Scott Ball from Camperdown down in the Western District, Chris Jackson in position 10, Sykes in 11, Edgar in 12, and I think we are racing. A great start by the two guys out the front. Malcolm has the inside running down into turn 1. He'll take position 1 as they turn to the left and hook it around to the right, up onto the old start finish straight. So Rolt, Kiditcha and Kiditcha in that order as they come up down into turn 3.
There's Belmorbida there as well in that beautiful Brabham. Phil Hughes from Hughes Supercar Services in Braeside doing the fettling on that car, and the good thing about that BT23 is that he did his best time ever around here this morning in qualifying, so very much brimming with confidence after they've done some heavy restoration work on that car. There it is, car number 12, the Belmorbida car. Kevin West is the next one in there, then David Crabtree rounding out that top 5.
Yeah, that car number 12 is just a beautiful, beautiful car, and had a bit of a look at it down in the pits. It's absolutely beautiful. You could eat your dinner off any part of it, but you'd want to sit in it and drive it.
So the family from the Belmorbida clan are the famous Melbourne coffee family, and the cousins and uncles and all the Italian family are here to watch the Brabham BT23 today.
Terrific looking car too, and a very, very proud Melbourne family. They are certainly, we're going to call them all those fineries of Italian stuff that they bought here, and very, very famous for what they've done. Connor Ryan in the mix here. Now we get mixed up with all the Formula V's, Phil. And,
absolutely.
Good luck picking them out. There's Connor Ryan, I think. Right.
Yeah, Connor Ryan. I saw Scott Ball there in his Clubman car, and right behind him was his son, Lee Ball, in a Formula V. The Harold Roberts car, and David Crabtree on screen there just going through in his car, dropping down, being followed by the Norax down into turn 3.
So the Norax, very interesting car, built in Adelaide. 3 cars built for the Group C World Championship for sports cars, held at Sandown. The other car, the CWS, was also built for that particular race. They brought all the big Porsches over from Europe for that race, and it's the financial failure of that was the end of the Light Car Club of Australia.
Okay. So just on screen, we're watching some of the Formula Vs. Now, Formula V racing is an amazing group of cars, and they draft themselves as they head up the straight, and at the end of the straight sometimes it's just like a bit of a starburst. They try and break out of the draft and get past the car in front. Really close racing with Formula Vs. Not a lot of horsepower, sort of usually standard Formula V 1200 is around about 38, maybe 40 horsepower if you're lucky, and drum brakes pretty much not much going for you in performance, but they are incredibly quick. They're super hard to pass.
They've been a terrific training ground for many, many races over many years, as we get Connor Ryan, who just slicks up the inside of the Formula Vs here. So really, this is an exceptional representation of historic racing, isn't it? An older type of basic car there, an LKJ era sort of car mixed up with some 70s Formula Vs, and then a Clubman in the mix there as well.
Yeah, and I know that some of these cars that are out there are for sale. You mentioned the Clubman, the car of Scott Ball, that's for sale. The car that his son Lee Ball is driving, it's also for sale, owned by Harold Roberts, as we just watched Connor Ryan drop down into turn 3 there, working the car hard, and you see some of those Formula Vs drafting one another down the straight, making the break into the corner. Here comes Scott Ball, followed by I missed the number on that car, and I can see Callum Ross there in the Melmark Elfin, the Formula V, the red, white and a little bit of black. He's a local lad from Wangaratta. Not having the best of runs this weekend. He's normally a little bit quicker than he is here today. So a little bit of work to try and find some extra speed in that car. Malcolm Osler, though, look at how fast he is out the front, a 1 minute 27, as we just focus back on the Norex on the track. There's, well, Callum Ross, speak his name, and look at that, he pops up on the screen. Meanwhile, out the front, we've got the faster cars going down into... I've lost a picture there for a moment.
So on screen now is the CWS, which is one of the Group C cars. It's listed in the program as being 5 litres, but it does not have the V8 in the back. It had several engines according to the owner, and it's now back to a Bridgeport rotary, the same as the Norex. So they should be on par, those two cars.
So that's the Rowan Little entry that we're looking at there, isn't it?
That's the one.
That
yes.
Yep. Yeah,
beautiful car.
Yeah, isn't it a magnificent car? Clearly flying the Australian, let's say, the representative colours of the green and the gold. And look at this Formula V race.
Yeah.
This is typical. They're
4 wide.
Yeah, turn 1, turn 3 in this instance. We get a look at the 72 now, the Knicha PC84. This is Australian Formula 2 car.
And car 1, Mr. Hook.
And that's another Knicha in a Formula 2 guise, which was very, very popular in the 80s in Australia, actually in the 70s as well. And some more battles. We see the 28 and the 41 in the Formula Vs, and that's Grievous James and Ross.
Yeah, Callum Ross there in the 41, trying to make a spot around the outside, not able to do it there. He'll try and draft up as they get around the sweeper, pop down through the dog leg, and then maybe make a dive down the inside into the old tank corner. No, he's looking on the outside, make it the under and over if he can, and then around the outside, around the old gum tree. And looking for a way, not getting there, but he's under pressure from Malcolm Osler, who's going to have to carefully thread his way down through the inside there, gets cut off. And but Malcolm, forever the champion that he is, spots away around and up the back straight he goes.
Fantastically successful car, the RT1, Mr. Juicy, running in Formula Pacific in the day with the chap from Adelaide named Smith.
Yes, is it John?
John Smith.
John Smith, yes. That was, as you say, an immensely successful car. And Malcolm Osler is carrying that success on. I've been lucky enough to sit in and have a drive of a Rolls-Royce RT4, but not under these sort of conditions.
There was a couple of Australian cars of that era, and I think of the Brian Sheeter cars as well. They were immense in Formula 2. David Crabtree's in his Mark 6 Cheetah out there today.
Interesting, quite an unusual engineering compact of David's car. It's a BMW powered car, which was unusual in the day.
Just watching on screen the Formula V's having a real scrap down around the old gum tree. 3 of them so close you could throw a handkerchief over the 3. Each of them looking for a way around the car in front, apart from the car in front, who's not looking to find a way around the car behind him.
I think we just had Murray Walker arrive in the commentary booth for a moment there. That was well done, Phil.
I deliberately threw that one in for you.
If I'm not confused, if I'm not too much confused, I've confused myself.
Yep. It's always a good thing to do, to confuse yourself, because that way it keeps everybody guessing.
Well, we've gone into overtime, Phil, so we can have a bit of a muck around. Have a look at this, though. This is absolutely Formula V. I don't care whether you're at a historic event or at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. By the way, they'll be at Sandown on the 22nd and 23rd, and you can see a whole lot more Formula V racing there as well at Sandown. So join them there at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. But Greg, something I'd like to just quiz you on. You mentioned the BMW engine. So in my mind, I'm thinking there was a lot of Golf VW power plants used in that era.
We ran them in that era. I was working with Chris Hocking. We ran a lot of the Golfs in Brian Cheetahs, but the BMW was an unusual one. And Wayne Ford tried with a Fiat to no avail, but everybody had their own little picadillos.
Yeah, I worked for Ray Bond on his Cheetah, which was Golf powered, and we seem to be forever repairing the cylinder head on that car.
This is a good battle, though. Look at that. The Rolt is arriving just in the back of picture there. It'll make pretty short work of these cars too, I'm sure. Wings and slicks versus no wings and slicks.
Around the outside.
Yeah, I hope they know he's there.
Yeah.
Blue flag by the flag is helping him through.
Yeah, he's a very... Look at that, the lead Formula V there, hand out of the car, signalling Malcolm, go this way. I'm not going to out-drag you down the straight. And with 40 horsepower, I don't think that would ever be possible.
Yeah, certainly it's an eclectic mix of cars that we've got on track here. These F2s are very, very exciting racing cars, but the Formula V put on very, very exciting racing, interlocking wheels and front nose cones getting burnt because they've run into or run up to the exhaust pipe, which is steaming hot on the back of the car, as we hark back to a magnificent era of wedge-shaped sports cars.
Absolutely, beautiful, beautiful car. And I just had a quick look at the timing sheet, and I see Lee Ball is leading Scott Ball, so the Formula V is leading the clubman in that father and son dice. That's a great one. Alan Foley looking for a way through the Formula Vs there on screen. So he's comfortably in second spot, but he's 10 seconds behind. So Malcolm Osler just running away out the front of that, and he makes short work of the car 177.
Yeah, this is a delight to watch this Rolt going about business, and Malcolm Osler, a guy that needs no introduction to the top end of motorsport engineering and management, and he's just using all of his, I guess, worldly knowledge to get himself around here. One thing, guys, that I'm really picking up on, because I remember doing a couple of 24-hour races here in the mid-90s, and that is in these open-top cars. You've got the advantage/disadvantage of having a visor with no sandblasted windscreen in front of you. But if you've got a sandblasted visor, it's right in front of your eyes, and it becomes quite immense when you get up with that sun in your eyes.
Yeah, the visor coming up on the old start-finish straight, I think the sun has sort of dropped out. It all sort of looks like it's in shadow now, but when your visor comes up there, you've got no windscreen visor to drop down and hide that. It's just full glare in your face. So a little bit of preparedness with some tape across the top of your actual visor is sometimes a good thing. But, yeah, it's an interesting spot of the track.
Just watching Kevin West as he was coming up there, he's sort of tucked his head to the side. He does it again there. I wonder if he's starting to get a little bit tired there, and the neck muscles are starting to get a bit tired, because that is a full aero car over and under the car there, and that would be some amazing grip that if you're not doing a lot of laps, and in historic racing people aren't doing a lot of laps, you can get 6 or 7 laps into a race and the old neck muscles give up.
Yeah, that's right. And speaking with some of the guys that I know out of Formula One, when they're watching a race, if they see a driver tilting his head or leaning in the seat, they go, he's not driving. He could drive a lot better if he just sat up straight. Because basically you're upsetting your aiming point all the time. You're moving it around. Here's Callum Ross still all over the back of the car in front. the Grievous James, looking for a way around. He's trying every which way but loose. Just
Really nicely
cannot do it.
presented cars, these cars. They just appear beautifully on track and on screen. Nice, colourful liveries. They look very clean. And these two racers giving each other a fantastic late afternoon battle.
100%. And the Formula V's, they're not an expensive car to buy. Callum Ross having a big look down the outside, making the move. Is he going to make it stick? He's going to hang on the outside all the way around Tank. Comes up to the inside for the gum tree, and he's made the pass. He's been working on that, trying to find the weakness for lap after lap for quite a while. Manages to get in front. Now he's got to stay there.
So we have just ticked over the time certain clock for this race. Best lap is so far a 1:27.23. In fact, I think that might be the best lap overall for the day. It would stand to reason that a Formula 2 car, a Rolt variety with a driver like Malcolm at the wheel would be that.
So here comes Malcolm, and notwithstanding his outstanding driving abilities, his skill level in setting up the car has totally changed cars that he's been driving here. He knows all his Formula 1 technologies of setting up roll centres, ride heights, shocker bumps, shocker rebounds and tyre pressures to an extent that's way above most of the preparers in this country.
100%. The other thing he's got is, apart from all of that knowledge and the ability with the setting up the car, he's got some amazing talent in the car. So here's Callum Ross again, still behind, and the Norax making its way through. So Callum's been having a great dice there with the car in front, Grievous James. But Malcolm clearly out in the front, runs around, heads it up the back straight.
This is good stuff, like watching this. And the other thing that Malcolm Osler's been able to do with all of those things, Greg, that you just listed off, he manages to get himself awesome tyre life, because the tyre is making the correct contact patch with the track at all times. It's not wearing strangely on the inside or the outside or anything like that. It's just sitting a nice flat contact patch on the track in those loaded corners, because that's what you want to set them up for. The tyre really doesn't do a lot in a straight line. It's about now where it starts to work hard, and when you've got all of those things, Greg, that you touched on, the tyre gives back, gives you a better life.
Yeah, I see the last lap board is being displayed there now, so they're on their last lap, and Malcolm Osler is going to receive the checkered flag this time around. Big move here with the Formula V's.
There's the checkered flag, and the race win goes to Malcolm Osler, and it has dropped, and Malcolm's already made his way down into turn 1 and 2. There it is, and a 1:27.23.53. What a lap time he's created here this afternoon. You'd have to say, gents, not in ideal conditions, because the sun's been gone from the track now for the best part of half an hour. And, the way you talked about it, Greg, he's probably made those calculations and factored it into his starting tyre pressure.
I would imagine so. What do you think, Greg?
Well, look, absolutely. We've had a lovely day here of about 17 or 18 degrees. Once the sun dips, the track temperature goes down and everything is off the table. You have to sort of set the car up for maybe a little bit wrong for the hot track and a little bit wrong for the cold track, and then you get the best of both worlds coming through, and that's what Malcolm's achieved.
Yep. A terrific drive through to second place for Hook there as well. That's a good run for Nigel, car number 1 getting through. Then we've got Alan Foley, and then Mark Velmobetta has rewarded the family for making the trip up from Melbourne with a very nice 4th place there in a car that is a generation before the 3 cars, indeed, probably more than a generation older than those cars. David Crabtree home for 5th place. Then it's West, Ryan Little, Briggs home in car number 80 is Chris Jackson. Then we go to Sykes, Then it is Scott Ball gets beaten home by Lee Ball there in the end. There you go. There you go.
Dad's going to not be happy.
And Briggs, McLaughlin, Callum Ross beat St. Grievous James, and that was a bit of the battle we were watching in Formula V there, guys. Willits, Ian Edgar, and a DNF for Connor Ryan, and Lowing there as well. Guys, thank you so much for your help. Phil, we've got one more race to go, the Porsche 9441 make race, and I can guarantee you it will be well worth hanging around into the cold evening air. Greg, thank you so much again for all of your worldly knowledge and imparting that with us here in the commentary booth. Everyone at the track and indeed watching on the live stream, it's much appreciated. Their happy home has been for a long time the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, right back from when Dennis O'Keefe bought this fantastic category to our shores, and it has just been a fantastic racing category over the last 25 years or so, and has produced some massive battles. Just looking for a grid sheet for these guys as they make their way around on their warm-up lap. Phil, you're in for a treat here, my friend.
Oh yeah. Cameron Bella sitting in pole position by the look of it.
And also in the championship lead, not only, excuse me, for the club championship, but for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship as well. 320 points. He is clear of Jamie Westerway on 275. Jamie is currently sitting on the second row of the grid, but in pole position is the Black Widow Spider, Adam Brewer. And I've got to be careful I don't barrack out loud, because this guy, he's been like the bridesmaid for that long in this series that getting on pole position is a big moment for him at 134.47 and 134.98. So he's given himself a good 0.2 of a second there. That is an eternity in this Porsche 944 racing. Of course, brought to us this weekend by Tyre Power Benalla, and I love the stickers they've had made up. Chris Lewis-Williams, who's the proprietor down there at Tyre Power and Benalla, he's got a thumbs up sticker on the front, and they're running that Tyre Power sticker on the front of all these cars. So big thanks to Chris for throwing his support behind this particular race for the 944s. As I mentioned, Cambella, car number one, 5 times champion, count them all out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 years.
That's one hand's worth.
That's 5 years of winning races and doing it very, very well. Jamie Westerway, he's got a few there as well. Ryan Phillips is the absolute sensation coming on board this year. Chris Lewis-Williams will start out of P5 in the Tyre Power Benalla entry. Tony Andrzejewski, Porsche Australia's very own, running the number 27. Michael Westerway to Nick Carpenter. Tony Westerway. Mark Torbitz, the president and the guy that works tirelessly in the background for this category. Peter James is coming along strong here this year, and he's Peter Grant, is coming along strong, and he's down there in 30th. Peter James in 9th. Sam Roth has had a good year too and doing well. Mark Verdino, this is going to be fun watching how Mark can recover from 14th position, and we are away. Campbell gets a beautiful start, and that is the beginning of the end for the rest. And contact!
Yeah,
Adam Brewer.
Oh, so close, and does everybody else miss? Yes, they do.
Adam Brewer and Cambella are very rare, nasty coming together. It looks like it's taken both of them out. What that does is it throws it wide open for Jamie Westerway and Ryan Phillips. It looked as though they avoided that. Jamie certainly had to go bush because the bronze car came bouncing across the grass. So we'll wait and see what has happened there. A bit of a clean-up on the straight, just picking up pieces, but it's CLW.
Wow.
Chris Lewis-Williams barnstorms to the lead on the first lap in the race that has got his business written all over it. The Tyre Power Benalla entry. Another spinner. Is that Benny Menazelma or Jackman? Is that not... Well,
no,
not sure who that is. But there is our race leader.
Yeah.
And charging through from P5, obviously because of that melee down at turn number 1. And it is Ryan Phillips. As I said, Ryan Phillips coming on strong right throughout this season. and doing a ripping job hanging on there. There's the 28. That is Jamie Westaway, who bounced across the infield. Really did stop any issues happening there, but certainly there's Bella, and there is a big dint in the door, and there is Mark Brewer. The last time he had that garnish panel, which sits in front of the bonnet between the two headlights, the last time he had that missing, he got a place at Sandown. And he came back with the rest of the weekend covered with some landscaping company stickers to make up the place where that garnish trim sat. But this is out in front now. Ryan Phillips in the Poolmaster entry. I'm actually looking for where Mark Torbitts has bobbed up. Mark Torbitts has bobbed up in P4.
Yeah, he came out of that a lot better than I thought he was going to.
He won a race here at Winton last year. It was his first race win, and to be honest, it was quite an emotional time because everyone knows how much work that El Presidente Mark Torbitts puts into it. And when he got a race win, everyone was like, yep, well done. That guy deserved every millimetre of that. Unfortunately, I'm going to say unfortunately, we've been robbed potentially of a 6 or 7 way battle in this race with that incident where Ads Brewer took himself and car number 1 Cambella out. But what we're probably going to be treated with here is a drive through the field from that Aqua car number 1 being chased down by the black and orange car of Ads Brewer. But right now, here's a guy on a happy return to the Winton Motor Raceway. Car number 37, Tyre Power Vanilla. Chris Lewis-Williams is leading this field. Multiple champion in the category as well.
He's having a ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's just, he's going, well, this is good. I know how to drive this track. Been around it a few times. So I've got the clear track in front of me. I'm just going to keep pedaling as hard as I can. And I know how to make it difficult for those that come up behind me to try and get past.
I tell you what, Ryan Phillips is going to know he's alive when Jamie Westaway arrives on the scene. Arguably the fastest driver on any given one lap in this category. He can absolutely string a race together, but absolute brilliant in giving one lap blinders. Jack Atley now has got his great mate, the Black Widow Spider Ads Brewer, opens up the corner, and not sure what happened there, but certainly Jack Atley was had Adam Brewer right up behind him there and trying to get through. Ads, of course, sitting on pole position, is trying to push his way through the field and just trying to pick up. There's the Aqua car mixed up in the middle there. That's car 1. And Ads Brewer, there he is there. And that's car 3. So car 1 is in 14 and Brewer in 17. So they got a lot of work to do in such a short bit of track time. But I told you, Phil, stay around to the last race of the day.
It was going to be interesting. You said that, and it is. And it looks like Westaway is the fastest car out there at the moment, a 1 minute 36.07. So that's all going on out there. Here we go down into turn 10. Clean pass there for car 56. That was well done by Brisbane. Coming back from the very back of the track, the field, but out in front. Chris Lewis-Williams makes his way around the sweeper, drops it down into tank corner, wrangles the car around to the right. Oh, we got a replay happening there of
the start of the race.
Yeah.
Ads Brewer locked it up. Rush of blood, cold tyres, big lock-up. So he'll be driving on a 50-cent piece on the front of that car. Huge dent in the Aqua car there of Cambella, and he's already sporting some scars on that right-hand rear where he's tried to carefully hide some damage in that quarter panel with some green sticky tape, but it's being beamed all around the world there. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, there's no getting away from the previous damage that's on the car. Oh, car looked a little bit unstable there as he hit the brakes to go into tank corner.
He's trying to get around the number 50 there of Tony Westaway, so he's well inside the top 10 now. This is a very high-level, classy operator. And they run a couple of cars in the Bathurst 6 Hour over the Easter weekend, and pretty much half these guys all team up to run a Mazda and a Toyota 86 in the Bathurst 6 Hour weekend. There's some good camaraderie in the paddock, but I tell you what, this is, and I'm on the public record for at least the last 3 seasons saying this is some of the fiercest circuit racing you will see. And you can see that car there, which is a lot of the time out in front, has got some fairly heavy battle scars.
Yeah, it's maybe give it a bit of TLC during the week or 2.
Well,
to bring it all back.
surprisingly enough, there's no damage on the front of that car, so he hasn't been running into the back of people.
Yeah, and the mechanical components are all still pointed exactly where they should be. It's just the cosmetic bits.
We just watch him start to drive away from those guys that are in that just off the top, or just inside the top 10 now as car 1, Campbella. He's situated in 8th place. He's got a bit of a job now to chase down the 14 of Nick Carpenter and then the Tony Andrzejewski car with only near on, I'm going to say 3 or 4 more laps to complete.
Yeah, probably 3 at the outside, I think, with less than 3 minutes remaining.
So the excitement factor in 944 racing is often Campbella, and it's often him driving off into the distance, but he's really got the bit between the teeth now. So here it is, chasing it down. These guys have risen to the top. Chris Lewis-Williams with Jamie Westaway, the 66 popping his nose out there. Mark Torbitz, what a drive there in the Pipecraft machine.
Yeah.
The guy from Geelong, a new car sales manager at Rex Gold. So if you're in that neck of the woods and you're looking for a new car, head down and see Mark Torbitz in Geelong. Across the line they go.
So Chris Lewis-Williams still leads down into turn 1, through the S as he comes out of there, nails the foot hard to the floor as they come up into turn 3. Bit of a look there from Westaway. That was just a bit of a faint look. Wasn't close enough to really do anything there. Just trying to unsettle Chris Lewis-Williams. I think you're going to have to try a bit harder than that. Down around and into the sweeper they come. Westaway closes the gap. Come through the dog leg. Hook it up and down into the old tank corner. Turn 7 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Westaway looking for a way around, not able to pull it off.
Of course, these guys doing it for Tyre Power Benalla here this weekend. Porsche Cars Australia, big supporters. Great to have Porsche Cars Australia on board for the 944 Challenge. Tyre Power Benalla, Melbourne Paving, Butcher's Diner, LK Diesel Service in Brayside, Don Watson Transport, AVI Technology, Poolmaster Bayside, Trico, Triple 8 Home Loans, and of course the great people at Pit Lane Clothing. You want to look good at the racetrack, get yourself some Pit Lane Clothing. It is good quality stuff. Chris Lewis-Williams is giving us a bit of good quality race leading at the moment, and Jamie Westaway is giving us even better quality charging opponent, isn't he?
Yeah, if there were laser lights on the back of that, he'd be burning holes on the back of Chris Lewis-Williams. He is right on the bumper bar.
2 more laps, you'd have to suggest. They've gone past. Oh, massive spin off the back there. Phillips goes around. So this leaves it now a race in 2 for the Tyre Power Benalla 944 races here this weekend. It'll be Chris Lewis-Williams. It was Mark Torbitz that speared off. He's gone back 4 or 5 places. Who else was it that was in the... it was Ryan Phillips there as well. So he's trying to result away. Have a look at this.
Oh, yeah, Westaway certainly hungry to pick off that next place in front of him. Chris Lewis-Williams being very, very wily and just, this car is so wide. You can't get by me.
I tell you what, though, the interesting thing here is that CLW is driving a left hooker, and Jamie Westaway's got a right hooker. So these cars are available internationally, and any given circuit, the left hooker is the best one to have, and any given circuit, the right hooker is. And if you look here at the sweeper is the advantage. So a left hooker is very, very nice indeed to have there. As we see Chris Lewis-Williams, both cars now very much working very hard. Very much working hard. Where is Bella? He's made his way to 6, so he couldn't, the gap was so big he couldn't haul that back there. So that is the 68 there of Sam Roth, who's been having a reasonably good season, Sam. And he's pointing the wrong way in the cleavage there, around at the Gumtree.
But here we come. Chris Lewis-Williams leading Westaway up towards turn 3. Westaway has a bit of a blink out to the side again.
I tell you what, he doesn't want to blink again, does he? Because Jamie Westaway is going to jump on him here. It is going to be one fluffed gear change, one little slip off the brake pedal, a millisecond application on the throttle that's going to make the difference between Chris Lewis-Williams in the Tyre Power Benella car and Jamie Westaway in his bronze-coloured car. Both guys have got championships galore under their belt previously. Both of them are in the hunt for the 2025 season. In fact, Jamie Westaway out of these two is the one that is really in the hunt. CLW is down the point sheets, being that he's dropped a round or two this year. But what if he can get this thing to the flag, what a triumphant return to 944 racing.
Absolutely, and he is so close now as it comes down into turn 10.
I tell you what, when you're putting the prize money and the trophies up and it's your business that you're doing it with, gives you a little bit of extra encouragement to take that trophy, doesn't it?
Yep, a little bit of extra encouragement. I want to get that money back, some of it.
Yes, that's right. Get a nice silver trophy with my name on it. Yep. And they loop around the final corner and head towards the track checkered flag in the dying twilight here at Winton Motor Raceway. The headlights ablaze. Chris Lewis-Williams breathes a sigh of relief, takes a very big breath of winning air, and he is very happy, isn't he? Got the Le Mans flashes on now.
Yep.
Joyous time for Chris Lewis-Williams. Takes the win out of adversity. Started out of P5, takes the win. The car coming up alongside him now. And that's what I love about this. These guys are giving each other the big thumbs up. Thanks for a great race. We've waited all day. We're pulling the curtains close on this magnificent day of the 2025 Winton Festival of Speed. And I sponsored this race, and I'm going to take, well, it's not the weekend yet. Race 1 for the weekend.
It's not, but he's able to drive down that straight and look at a marvellous sunset in doing so.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look at it. And I told you, Phil, hang around. This one will be a ripper.
Oh yeah, anybody that's gone home made a mistake.
Absolutely. I think the campers are relishing it. There you can see them all over on the fence there, giving them applause as they make their way through. Chris Lewis-Williams takes first blood out of the 944 races here this weekend. The Tyre Power Benella entry. I think we've got a replay before we close out this race here from the start. We'll be able to pick it just a little bit more to pieces. Here we go. Yeah. Big run. Yeah, lock up. Adds Brewer, slides right into the side. Car 3 takes out car 1. There's Jamie Westaway. That's why he went backwards. And the cars all just checked up. Yeah. And that was when they could get away. So Chris Lewis-Williams takes the win for Tyre Power Benella. Jamie Westaway, Ryan Phillips, Cam Bella, Michael Westaway, Tony Andrewski. What a great drive there for Tony in car number 27. A good drive, just trying to pick up where he started out of 6th place. So he's held his position. Mark Torbitz, he did a really good start. Mark started out at 10th place and got himself up to 7th. Anthony Westaway, Nick Carpenter, Ads Brewer ultimately out of pole home in 10th place. But Bella, who was also mixed up in that turn 1 melee, home in 4th. Peter James, Mark Verdino, Peter Grant, Josh Brisbane, Jack Atley, our great mate from Pit Lane Clothing in car number 35, ends up 15th. Andrew Goldman, Manny Menezalma, Sam Roth, and Carter Fox, sadly, DNFing on that one. Let's hope that Carter can get a better run at it tomorrow. Well, Phil, what a day.
Absolutely.
It's dark. I guess we're going to be here tomorrow morning and it'll be dark. So what a day to round out a fantastic field. And I just want to remind everyone that's still watching on the live stream and here at the track, thanks for joining us right throughout today. A fantastic barrage of sponsors in Shannon's Insurance, Racer Industries, Cool Drive Auto Parts, Equity One, and of course Premier Hire bring us right throughout today. The Touring Car Master tributes are brought to us by the Auto House in Vehicle Storage 300 in Moorabbin, Porsche 944s, Benella Tyre Power, And the other sponsors, FS Spagnolo & Co., the Ascot Bale Accountants, K-Fuel Engine Services Specialist in Engine Reconditioning, Performance and Race Engines, Cryo Cycle, Rubbercraft, McDonald Automotive out of Wangaratta, Aussie Soil Servicing the Ballarat and surrounding areas, NPABT, Professional Audio Video Equipment, Australia, New Zealand, Lloyd's Metal Fabrication, Hyperwave Broadband, Rapid Smash Repairs, Build Spec Constructions, and of course the title sponsors, Equity One, as we just see that 944 replay closing out our stream for today. Join us again tomorrow, 8:30, Regularity on track for their first run at it. Can Tommy Reid, on debut in his Formula Ford, take out the Regularity? That's event number 27. So we've got through 26 events today, Phil. What a workload. A great event. Fantastic job by all of the race officials right around the track, paddock area, race control, the medical team, flaggies, recovery crews. Without them, 100%. We don't go racing. So a very, very big thank you to all of our race officials. And of course, we don't get to go racing without this fantastic group of competitors that we get to call races for all day long. Join us for a great day tomorrow. Tribute Touring Cars, Group N, Heritage Touring Cars, Formula Ford, Group S, Touring Car Legends and 5-litre cars, Historic Sports Sedans, MGs, Alfa Romeos, LMPQ, LJ cars, Porsche 944s. I've been Darren Smith. This has been day one of the 2025.
Before you sign it right off, I've got to say thank you to you for doing such a great job as the anchor commentator for the weekend so far. You've got to prove yourself tomorrow, but you've done a great job today. It's a
only
real
half
pleasure
a job
to work.
Today, isn't it, really? It's only half a job done, but fantastic. Great to be part of the 2025 VHRR Winton Festival of Speed. See you all tomorrow. Thanks, Phil.